unmuted and almost started coughing. Hi. Hello. Welcome back. I have a mission in life, and that is to finish Virche today. So we're back to play Virche, and I just realized that I have Virche muted. I'm like, I have no sound in my headset. So we got an ending yesterday. It was chapter 7. It was an ending. It wasn't the good or bad ending, so it's like the medium ending. I'm not sure how we got that. So we're going to give it about 20 minutes of me trying to hard get a different ending, and if I don't, then we're going to cheat and look at a playthrough. My goal is to finish this today. This is my official last stream. Even if I don't finish it, hear me out. I'm tired, yo. Your girl's tired. So I really don't know where I messed up because I feel like we're in the right area. Let's see. Also, I don't know if something's going on with my computer, but it keeps closing my Word documents. I don't know why it's doing that. It did it 3 times now. It's updating. What? It didn't ask if it could update. How dare? Okay, well, it's fine. I'll just have to keep track myself, I guess. You should have a word pad open. All right, we're gonna go 220 start. All right, while it's updating, I don't know. I think maybe my computer's doing an update too. It's been acting kind of funky since I first got on. Okay. Well, we're going to do a rough one. This is where we're going to start from the very beginning. Bad answers only, which I think I can vaguely do that myself. But because I have no confidence, we're going to cheat a little. Not cheat. We're going to have a save. I've done this before. Nope. None of those flowers blooming. I thought we had flowers blooming the whole time. I might have missed one. What, in my depression? I couldn't possibly. I can't remember. See how bad I was at this? I have multiple choices selected, which means I've just been going through these. I've just been going, did you think I was dead? Yeah, why not? But the good news is, tomorrow, I don't know if I'll stream at all. There's a small chance I will. I have plans with my friends tomorrow. We're going to go shopping. Specifically because we're getting ready for my birthday party. I'm trying to like pay attention to what's happening, but also try to skip at the same time.
Yeah, buddy.
Which is not being planned by me, so I actually don't know what's happening. I actually don't know what's gonna happen.
私も同意見だ。珍しく気が合う。
Don't want to distrust him. But we're planning my birthday party, so we're going to go shopping tomorrow to try and pick out clothes for said party because we're just that kind of extra where we want to dress up. I honestly probably could go through my closet and find something to wear from there, but that's not as fun as buying like a cute dress. And the theme is supposed to be Bridgerton. So if we do a Bridgerton theme, then maybe I can find a cute dress that I can also wear on stream. Win-win if you ask me. And on top of that, besides just that, we are also studying. I am practicing pharmacology right now, so I have to study, and that has been my whole thing. I don't want to disturb someone without the good reason.
医者となんて病気でもしない限り接点はないだろう。
He's a
過剰に
doctor.
警戒する必要もない。
You'd only come in contact with him if you got sick. There's no need to be so vigilant.
これからどうするつ自
What do you
警
plan
団と
on
やらが
doing?
調査
I
し
feel
て
like
い
we
るの
get this. So yeah, so that's my plans for tomorrow. And then after tomorrow, I have Sunday. Sunday, I currently do plan to study, but I'm going to try and get up early. And when I do, my dream is to start PO40 and play PO40 until I get past the prologue so that we are officially at the get a route section of the game before I quit. That way, I can do polls, we can have some fun, we'll see how it goes. I don't know how long the prologue is, I'll probably have to Google it just to get an idea. And always, my stuff's longer just because I talk the whole time. It didn't matter if I stayed hidden anymore. Scream. I jumped out where I was hiding and shouted with all of my strength. Leah, why are you here? Is he gonna die? Did I kill him? Due to my outburst, the first Barreau noticed my presence. Let's get her killed. Let's just get her killed right away. Please. He made us his new target rushing forward, but with his weapon in hand. In the same moment that Ankou moved to shield me, his torso was slashed. Ankou lost so much blood that he would have certainly died had he been human.
私のことは構うな。君はこの場から早く。
Don't worry about me, get out of here. Yeah. Despite becoming more and more soaked in blood, he yelled to protect me. Is this the right choice? Not bringing her to the fray so Sheen doesn't realize that the moment Barreau lifted his weapon to deliver the final blow to Ankou?
Yep.
Ah, she shut up. She shut up anyways. The usual Ankou, I guess. We'll go with that. I wonder if that could have such drastic changes. What could possibly go wrong with that choice? But yeah, I have plans. Those are the plans. And we'll see how it goes. And then we'll see how it goes next week. So next week, I have an exam, I think on Monday. So after that exam, though, it's study time. So I should be...
今語ったことはすべて嘘で、私が本当にこの国を呪った元凶だったら、
What if I was lying to
ど
you?
うす
I'll undo it. If that's the cause, what would just happen? I also kept thinking my friends weren't streaming Fun Story because I kept not seeing them on Twitch, but I think when I updated my phone, it turned off all my notifications. Which isn't great. I just want to see my stuff, yo. I want to make sure I'm live. It just acted like something weird was loading. Everything's been kind of slow. Like I said, I think there might have been an update going on. Where's me? Show me me. You used to like... Show me me. I see you. Okay, thank you, Bass. I mean, everything went down, so... If my actual, like, notepad crashes, that's kind of concerning. Alright, if that case, I would do my best to convince you to undo the curse,
なる
okay?
ほど。だがさすがに甘い気がするね。
It's rather naive of you. I am naive.
普通の人間なら
naturally.
ば、自分たちの命を脅かす存在を迷わず排除すると思うのだ
I don't know
が。
if that's anyone else. I understand that I am not like other girls, but any other person would immediately attempt to remove anything that threatens their livelihood without hesitation is not entirely true. That's very one-sided. If that were to happen,
したら
yes, I wouldn't be able to see you again. I didn't understand why he had to point out the obvious. Ankou seemed stumped once hearing my response.
心配する必要はない、姫君。仮に私が別の理由でいなくなろうとも。
There's no need for you to worry even if I were to disappear for any other reason.
その命と尊厳を守ってくれるものが 君を光ある未来へと導いてくれるはず。
There's someone out there that can protect you. Yeah, she doesn't want to hear that. Don't say that. It makes her sad. I also changed the font for chat because I wasn't liking it. I don't know if I like it still. I just got tired of messing with it. I was like, I'm gonna stop now. It's been 20 minutes. I was gonna start an hour ago. Like, I'm a procrastinator at heart. It's like almost 9 o'clock. I meant to start like at 7. We could use her help. I'm worried about her. We could use her help, I think was the option. That can't skip. She's only tagged along because of me. We just met her ourselves. We don't know her very well. Yeah, he wants her. Shane wants her for a test subject. Are you surprised? I'm not surprised. I will say, since we're trying to get to the end of Virche, and there's still like, again, because it didn't my thing, since I still haven't got the new ending. I still have like the new ending deans because there's more than one, and then there's the happy ending for the other story I had to get. He's got a billion pictures still. Like, how much story is there? What if there's even more than 7 chapters? What if 7 was if you got the bad ending? And there's like another ending out there that we just haven't got to. Oh my gosh. I will be opening up a Tome Kitten or Blurty if I just cannot, for the life of me, get to the end of this. I will have to utilize someone who does way more work than I do. You can do it, thank you. I'm trying really hard. Like, staying positive in this game. Like, I was really looking forward to Virche. I loved the story. I loved the characters. I really don't think they did them any like justice on any of these. I think Adolphe and Sheen had the okay-ish stories in all of this. They ruined Mathis's story, which was perfect, and then they ruined it. Lucas didn't need a story. He was dead. The dead don't come back. Like, that's not how that works. Let's not go to Hades. Like, don't take us to the literal Hades. Okay, there are stories that use religion in them. That's fine. But if you had a story that used, it's, by the way, it says we're jumping. Let me turn my cam off for a sec. So this is what it's been happening this entire time. If you use, we got the same ending. Okay, if you use that as a medium, that's fine. But you did not have any of that in the previous game, so don't show me Hades in the second one. Okay, so that means we were going to be on the same exact route, getting the exact same ending with those choices we just made, which is why it did all that. What the heck? What the heck? What did I do wrong? Error. Let's see. What's really funny is, I think, were you worried? I think if I go literally to... No, I picked that option. I'm trying to figure out where it happened. Can't choose. Explain relievers. Wait, what? feel like I've made these choices already, which is weird. Like, everything feels like it's almost on track. If we just keep getting the flower, I'm waiting for it to be like, I messed up here. I'm not trying to skip. I'm trying to make a choice. Were you worried? We did that. I did the explaining the relivers, or maybe would it be that much? Explain relivers.
倫理観はなかなか狂ってるが。
I also don't know. I don't know why we also had to introduce Adolph's sibling or like this family history hierarchy. Like, that's definitely her sister. I have not had that confirmed yet, but I feel it in my bones. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's right.
珍しく気が合うものだね。
Understood. Everything's been on track so far. All my choices feel exactly like the choices I made before. So far. Call to Adolph. Do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. That was the wrong answer the first time too. Okay. I can't choose. This is a choice I already made. I couldn't possibly choose. I love you both. All right. Right now everything is right on track. I made all these choices, so I don't understand. But it says I was supposed to unlock salvation. I didn't unlock a salvation.
今語ったことはすべて嘘で、私が本当にこの国を呪った元凶だったら。
It's tired of me skipping. That's why it's like crashing out on me. I feel like all my choices right here are all exactly the same. So I'm following Atome Kitten to the T. Living the life of a reliver. Yeah, I'm living like Groundhog Day. I can't get out. I'm trapped here. This is me now. And the load time. So I know they try to fix some inconsistencies in this game. They're like, oh, people were asking about this. Let's make it make sense in this one. It said to create a save file here. Technically, my other save file should be right on par with this. I don't know what I did wrong. All right, so let's do this and then choose. I'm worried about her, which I already did. But they say, like, you know, they have these eyes, like Sheen's eyes, reliver eyes. Odie's eyes, normal eyes. The Hut, not the Hut. The girl, she doesn't have reliver eyes. The Hut's trying to pretend to be human, which I'm curious how he got those eyes. I feel like they should just be able to have those eyes if they want them to. But they're supposed to be like almost mechanical. They didn't explain that better because sometimes they address it like you can tell because they have those eyes, and then other times they act like you couldn't tell because they shouldn't have those eyes. I don't get it. I get confused. I mean, can you tell the relivers, or is that for us? Because the first game they didn't really bring it up very much. All right, it says to make a save file here too. Again, I'm following my queen. I'm just I won't get in the way. Which I'm also certain I picked that last time too. I'm waiting. Let's see what happens. I don't know if maybe there's like one chance I like clicked on something a little bit different. I made a choice a little bit wrong, which would be so sad. But I swear I did all the flowers the first time, so. Or did I? Unless I just unlock another ending and I should have gone to that ending after this. No, because I tried to do that. I tested that after last night's stream. Last night? Did I stream last night? Who am I? It's like, how did I get here? But yeah, this one's been not as good as I thought it was going to be, and they just dragged a lot. They made you have to sit through the same story again and again and again and again. And then I get bored. Like if you tell me the same story 16 times, I get a little bored. You explained the wanderer or the drifter to us, and then you had the drifter scene pop up in this. We didn't need both. We could have done one or the other. It says I unlock a CG in that, and I did not. I made all the choices she made. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? We're gonna choose the other option because in this one, something else is supposed to happen. What did I do wrong? She said I was supposed to get a CG. The end of eternal salvation. I did not. No. Yes? How do I know? How would I know? Did I get a CG? I don't feel like I got a CG at the end. I don't think it was called the end of eternal salvation. Pure White Nightmare doesn't sound right. Oh goodness. Did I? The fact that this is taking so long just to load up, it's like, it's me letting me sit here with my thoughts. That's saying it's the same exact end. What? Ankou Antine, there is no choice. What have I done wrong? Wait, I followed all her steps. I picked all the right choices. I still am getting a Pure White Nightmare bad end. The guide is completely correct based off of the love catch, but I'm stumped. Check your choices in the Drifter story. Oh, I made all the right choices. I just had to go back to the Drifter. Oh, that's so messed up. Okay. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you for all of your help and keeping me alive. I didn't care about the Drifter story. Oh my gosh. Hang on. How many choices do I have? Here, okay. Pretend to be this Eves. Okay.
久しぶりだね。今まで元気にしてた？
That's so crazy. How dare you? How dare you make choices in a different version of this game matter for this other thing? How dare you? Pretend to be Eves. It's been a long time. I hope you've been well. I responded at this person called Eves based on what I could tell. His crimson eyes opened wide to see my pathetic attempt.
お金も貯まってきたし、俺もいよいよリライバーになれる日が近づいてきたな。
I've got enough money saved, so my day of becoming a reliver is coming
念願で
soon.
はあるけど、二人との友情の感情が消えないか、少し不安かな。
It may be my dream, but I am a bit nervous whether our friendship will
仮にそうなっ
disappear.
ても、お前なら自分から俺たちに絡んでくるだろ。
Even if it does, I'm sure you'll just befriend us again,
同
right?
感だ。イブの人たらしは神の技術にだって消せねえよ。
I'm so angry. I'm so angry. That means I made no mistakes last time. As per the prophecy. Not even God's tech is a match for Eve's personality.
だといいな。
I hope
あ
so.
りがとう、アドルフ、
Thanks,
ヒューゴ。
Adolf, Hugo.
何度リライ
Wait.
バーになっても、俺たちはずっと親
Do
友でいよう
I
ね。
have to start my save again too? Wait. We'll be best friends no matter how many times I become a reliver. Yay! I'm so proud of you.
国外への脱
Let
出
me
実
write
行
this
は
down as
いよい
spiraling.
よ明日か。
Let's see. 2700. But Leah starts to spiral. Looks like tomorrow's the day we get the two of you out of this country.
船は用意した。研究所から必要なデータをかっぱらい次第、
I got the
す
boat
ぐこの国
ready.
から脱出しろよ。二人とも。
Get out of here as soon as you guys grab whatever data you need from the
わかった。
institute.
ヒューゴはアルペシェールに残るんだよね。
Are you sure you're gonna stay here in Opera
あ
Chell?
さすがに兄貴や妹たちを置いて一人で逃げられね
I
えから
can't
な。
leave my brother and my little sister behind,
危
you
険
know?
な計画に
Sorry.
巻き込んで悪い。なんなら今から降りたって。
Sorry for dragging you to such a dangerous mess. You can bail now if you...
おいおい、バカ言うなよ。今さら俺だけのけ者にしようなんて絶対に許さねえぞ。
Stop right there. I'm not gonna let you two leave me out of this now.
どうしても罪悪感があるなら、歴史をまた辿って再会したとき、長い旅の土産話をしてくれればいいさ。
If you guys really feel bad, just catch me up on everything after you leap back in time.
そうだね。
Sounds good.
そしてまたいつか、三人で美味しいお酒を飲も
We'll grab drinks, the three of
う。約
us.
束だよ。絶対に。
It's a promise, I swear. Perhaps my answer struck him the wrong way. What's funny is, this is the choice I already made.
ここで二人揃って黙ってい
This one's different.
アドルフ、すまないが、寝床を用意している間、ノエルの世話を頼んでもいいかい？
Adolf, I'm sorry, but would you mind taking care of Noelle while I prepare the mattress?
あんたの子供の
You mean your kid? Noelle, who had just woken up, unexpectedly reached out to our new guest, Adolf.
ガキの世話の仕方なんてもう覚えてね
I don't remember how to take care of kids
え。
anymore.
それにこんな殺しても死なない体に触れて何かあったら
Besides, I'm not sure if it's a good idea for him to touch someone that can't die.
いいからいいから。ノエルも君に遊んで欲しがってる。
Come now. Noelle wants to play with you.
あ、おい
Hey. I picked up Noelle and handed him over, not giving Adolf a chance to refuse.
あ
Adolf was frozen with confusion as Noelle looked up at him curiously. Of course, an innocent child wasn't able to tell what might be on his mind. Noelle grabbed Adolf's long hair and began swinging it around like a toy.
おい玉木これはどうすればいいんだ
Tamaki, what am I supposed to do?
ノエルは長い髪で遊ぶのが好きでね。
Noelle likes to
一度
play with
掴ま
long
れたら
hair.
観念するしかない。
Once he grabs hold, you better give up.
あんたも経験済みか
You knew this would happen.
いてててててててて、待て、そんなに強く引っ張ったら抜けるだろう。
I'm gonna pull my hair out if you tug this hard. A true tyrant, it seemed Noelle had taken a liking to Adolphe's hair and didn't hint at letting go. Perhaps he was tired of pulling and was now slapping at the swaying hair for the fun of it. It also seemed like Adolphe was finally getting used to him.
怖いもの知らずなのは漂流者の血族の遺伝か？
I suppose not being scared is something passed down through the drifter's bloodline. He cradled Noelle so that he wouldn't fall and stared into his innocent eyes.
温かい
So
この
warm.
小さな命がイブにつながっていくのか。
Tiny life will eventually lead to Eve's. After letting out a deep sigh, he began to gently play with Noelle. But yet, just this interaction alone could affect that. I'm just gonna say, we've all watched the butterfly effect, at least one of us, at least me. And, you know, the tiniest change can change so much. That's what the hot was about. The hot existing was because of that. Just saying. Oh gosh, I forgot which button's which almost. Virche, Lily. Ugh. Dare I try? Dare I try to load up my old save and see if it's okay? It doesn't work. Please, please, can that be enough? I just want it to be enough. Please, don't make me go back. I don't want to do it all over again. Ugh, I don't have enough spell spiral. That's a shame. Imagine working so hard and they keep the ending you want a secret even then. Like, I feel like it's not going to give it to me. It feels like it's going to make me do it all over again, and I'm really mad about it. Please? Pretty please? Oh my god, did we do chapter 8? Wait. It wasn't what I wanted. It is what I wanted, but it's not how I wanted to get there. I don't even know that's how I spelled chapter. Look at me. Look at me. Alright, we did it. We got the other ending. All I had to do was go back to the previous game and unlock something through the story. I'd been able to endure this long journey because of you. No matter how hurt I was, no matter how much I wanted to die. Just by imagining a future where you might be smiling, with that thought alone, I had been able to muster the strength to stand. Wait, who said that? Me or Ankou? Yes. All of this was a journey to benefit only myself. She killed herself that day because she truly believed that death would save her. If so, this journey would be one of my own pride, denying her of that, and is at its end.
新たな絶望になるのは世界が俺に与えた
This new despair
罰なのか。
is a punishment the world has given me. What happened? Oh, is she dying? Capuchin announced the most horrible fate possible for Leah. It wasn't for certain, which meant there were those who would try to fight this outcome. Sheen, who had was called back by Spinel, looked over at Lee's condition. Okay, wait, is this... Okay, everything up to this happened then, right? Dahat went evil. He was evil the whole time. Turned all of the stupid royal people into forevers. They live forever. They turned into a blob. They attacked us in the sewer, and I'm an idiot in this story, so I decided I'm gonna protect the people I love with my body. And then I got horribly wounded, really badly. Right? And now we're here, and for some reason Capuchin's still alive. Stupid reasons. Anyways, alright. And Scene. Scene, who was called back by Spinel, looked over Leah's condition, and through his knowledge of who Ankou was, as well as various other matters, he pointed out one possible hope within the despair. If her condition wasn't taken care of, she would for certain be transformed into a mutated being. But put another way,
元に戻せる唯一の方法がある。
there's only one way possible to turn her back to normal, and that is called blood transfusion, guys. We're going to do so many blood transfusions that by the end of this, the blood inside of her body is not even going to be the blood that we started with.
どうすればいい?
What do we do? Forgetting even his regret from losing Eves, Ankou grabbed onto Sheen Borofi. Eves isn't dead. He might be. But he's still in the tunnel. He like left them behind. It's fine. He's not dead. On the creaking bed was Leah screaming in pain from the sudden appearance of disappearance of mutations across her body. The others who caught up to the group earlier looked on at her with pain in their eyes. At this rate, she would become just like the other mutants, losing all sense of self. Just that thought sent a chill down Ankou's body.
頼む、教えてくれ。こいつを助けるためなら何だってす
Tell
る。
me, I'll do anything to save her.
その何でもが困難だ
Well,
から
there's a problem.
どういう意味だ?
What do you mean?
要はこいつが抗体を作った過程と同じだ。
Essentially, we'd have to follow the same process with your antibodies.
肉体に入り込んだ異形の細胞を採取、解析、治療方法を探し出せばいい。
We extract some of the mutants' cells and then analyze them. We'll find a way to cure her that way.
俺の細胞じゃダメなのか?
You can't use my cells? No, yours is already mutated. I assume.
無理だろうね。あくまで該当の細胞は王族の肉体が変化し生まれたものだ。
No, the cells in question are those created from the body of someone from the royal family. Capuchin also joined the conversation, shutting down Ankou's
時間と
suggestion.
の戦いでもある。彼女の体を変化させる異常分裂が限界にまで達してしまったら。
We're fighting against time as well. If the growth of the mutation transforming her body reaches a certain
どん
threshold,
な治療方法も受け付けない。正真正銘の不死の化け物となってしまう。
it is then that she'll become a truly undying monster which cannot be handled by any treatment.
なら答えは一つだ。
Then we've only got one answer.
あの地下通路に戻って異形から細胞を回収、こいつを助ける。それ以外にね。
We go back down underground and get samples from the mutant, then we save her. That's our only option.
どうやって?
How?
まさかあの化け物がおとなしく細胞を回収させてくれるとは思っていないだろうね。
I'm sure you're not expecting that monster to simply sit still and let you get samples from it.
言っておくが、異形ならどれでもいいわけじゃないぞ。
Let me be clear, it cannot be samples from any mutant.
必要なのは娘を攻撃した個体の細胞。それも核である心臓部のだ。
We need the exact one that attacked her, and we need its core, its heart. As Sheen made his additional comments, Adolphe drew out a picture of what the mutant looked like. The one who then stopped everyone for further clarification with Spinel.
おい、なんかその口ぶりだと今後数が増えるように聞こえるが。
You're making it sound like there's going to be more of them later.
増えるというかすでにいるだろうね。実験に使われた王族は一人ではないのだから。
Not only more of them, they're likely already there. There was more than one royal used in these
ダハトに使われ
experiments.
た分だけ地下を徘徊していると考えた方がいい。
Except,
一番大きいのは例の個体だろうが。
expect there to be as many of them wandering underground as Dahat used. The biggest will be the one we need.
嘘だろ。
You're kidding.
どう転んでも戦う必要があるってことか。また厄介なもんを生んでくれたな、支援者は。
You're saying we can't avoid a fight regardless of the situation. The supporters made a pretty troublesome monster for us.
無茶は承知でやるしかねえよ。ほっときゃ国中の人間が食い物になっちまうんだ。
We've just got to do it knowing it's going to be rough. If we leave them be, the people of this country are going to end up as food.
イブさんの行方も探さないとです。
We also need to find Eve's too.
それにリュカ先生が生きていれば
And if he's alive,
協
Lucas might
力して
help
く
us
れるか
too.
も。
いいのかマティス。兄貴を殺したブローを仲間に引き入れて。
Are you sure about that? Letting him help after he killed your brother?
はい。僕が彼を恨む理由は最初からなかったみたいなので。
I saw that. I saw that. I saw everything crash just now. I swear. I will get you, Virche. I've never really had a reason to hate him, it seems. Huh, Jean? Jean, you want to comment on that? Jean, talk to me.
だがどうやって不死の化け物を完全に倒すって言うんだ。
How are we supposed to completely kill some monster that's supposed to be immortal? Completely ignoring the awkwardness around the servants and his master, Spinel brought the conversation back on track.
それについては私に心当たりがある。
I have a hunch we could try. Ankou quietly raised his hand as he sat behind Leah.
何か手があるのか。
You have a plan.
ああ、ダハトの手に渡ってしまった銃に込めていた弾丸。
The bullets in the gun that Dahat got a hold of.
中に入っている薬は人間の細胞を無理やり変異させるもの。
The chemicals in them force a transformation in a human
ただの
cell.
人間に撃ったところで別の体質、つまりは不老不死になるだけだが。
No. No, you can't add something that wasn't there before. You can't. Don't even. In no other game mode where they introduce the gun, which they keep throwing out in this one because he had it at the end of the first game, did they didn't even hint he had a gun in the first game, which is why it was so ridiculous that he pulled out a gun at the end of it. At no point did they establish that whatever was going on would do this. Is this their way of trying to act like the gun, the bullet, actually is what killed him? Because it did this? Because it made him killable? Because that was a plot point where it's like he was cut up into two little tiny pieces. If you had to kill the heart was definitely dead. When Luke just cut him up. Oh my gosh, I have the hiccups. I have the hiccups. How dare this game do this to me? Shooting an ordinary human with it would transform them, making them immortal.
異常細胞が相手の場合はその膨大な負荷によって肉体を崩壊へと至らせる。
Against mutated cells, the immense stress will cause tissues to rupture. Completely dropping his act as the watchman, Ankou lifted his own hair to show them evidence of his claim.
見ての通り、不死の終わりが近づいているだろう。
As you can see, my immortality is approaching its end. He pointed to the tips of his hair that was slowly crumbling to dust.
アドルフ。
君にその名を呼ばれる資格は私にないよ。
Adolf, I have no right to be called that name by you.
私は前も今回も君の相棒を見捨てて生き延びた。
I've lived on after leaving you to die, both in this timeline and before.
バカ野郎が。 誰もんなこと責めてねえよ。
You idiot. No one's gonna blame me for that. Hugo gave me a heartfelt pat on the shoulder.
ともあれ方針は決まりだな。
If that's the case, then that looks like we have our
夜明け
plan.
前に地下通路に戻り仮面の青年たちを探す者と銃を探して異形を殺す者に分かれて行動する。
We'll go into the tunnel before dawn. One group will find the masked man, the other will find the gun and kill the mutant.
銃の
Yeah,
発
so
見が
easy.
鍵だな。
Finding the gun is key.
あんた天才なんだろ。同じ効果を持つ武器とかパパッと作れねえの？
You're supposed to be a genius, right? Can't you manufacture a gun with the same effect?
無茶を言うな。
Don't be ridiculous. Sheen sighed with annoyance as he began to summarize the plan.
対象は絶えず地下を移動している。よって俺は装置をハッキングし、居場所をお前たちに伝える。
The target is continuously moving through the tunnels. I'll hack into one of its devices and tell you where it is.
僕たちはイブさんたちを探します。
I'll look for Eve.
ローザリーを運び出すにも人数は必要だろうからな。彼女の居場所も探ってくれよ、シアン様。
I'm sure a number of people would be needed to move Rosalie too. Please look for her as well. She's already dead, guys.
じゃあ俺はシアンさんの護衛をする。
Then I'll act as Sheen's
な
bodyguard.
ら俺はアンクやスピネルと銃の捜索と異形の打倒だ。
I'll go with Ankou and Spinel to search for the gun and take down the mutant.
お前もそれで構わないな。
You're fine with that, right?
ああ、
Yeah. Although listless, Ankou nodded, filled with determination to
だ
save
が
Leah.
私はこのまま崩壊を待つしかない身だ。
That said, my body is going to be destroyed eventually.
異形は君たちに任せる。この体は使い捨ての盾でも何にでも
I'll
利
leave
用
the
すればいい。
destruction of the mutant to you both. Use my body as a disposable shield or however you need it.
お前な、
Enough with
ま
that.
たそんなことを。
As Adolphe began to stop Ankou's self-berating comments, something pulled at Ankou's long sleeve. He looked down, wondering what it was. Leah. It must have been so painful for her to move even a single finger. The woman who could only now wait for herself to become a mutant held on to the watchman's sleeve. Me too. Please take me with you. Girl, look at you. No, stay here. Everyone in the room was in shock at Leah's request, but not at how she would be a burden to everyone. They were in disbelief at how she could still will herself to move her
お
body.
前は何を言って。
What did you just say? No, don't take her. You promised. Remember? Yeah, no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
今のこれか。
Mm-mm. That no matter what obstacles await, you would be with me. Leah began to smile and laugh at Ankou as he sat in complete shock.
なのダメに決まって。
Absolutely not. He of course began to deny her request.
連れて行ってもいいんじゃないか。
Why not take her with you?
なんだと。
What?
異形を倒すことに成功したとしてすぐ戻ってこられる保証はない。
Even if we do succeed in killing that thing, there's no guarantee that we can get here. There's no guarantee that we can get here back
だ
right
ったら
away.
彼女も連れて行って全ての準備が整い次第神様を呼んで治療してもらった方がいい。
If so, you should bring Leah with you, and once everything's ready, you can call over your so-called god.
応急処置ぐらいならその場でなんとかなるだろう。
I'm sure you could figure something out on the spot. Sheen simply nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the
今の彼女
idea.
は不老不死なんだから危険に関しても問題ない。
She's immortal right now, so there's no real danger to her.
しかし
But
お前一人で決めるんじゃねえよ。
this isn't for you to decide alone. Adolphe criticized Ankou for stubbornly refusing to take Leah with
今
them.
一番苦しんでるのはお前じゃない。こいつだ。
The one in the most pain right now isn't you, it's Leah. Guys, don't over encumber yourselves. Someone should just stay here with her in this cave. She's literally too weak to move. She's what we would refer to as dead weight.
だから前にすれ違った時のように
二人で話し合って決めろ。
Make a decision by talking to her like you used to. Sure, speak for yourself.
危ないからなんて否定ばっかしてたら
If you keep denying her what she wants just because it's
どこ
dangerous,
かの誰かみたいな騎士気取りになっちまうぞ。
you're just gonna continue acting like a knight in shining armor like a certain someone.
お前
But Ankou sat in silence as he gazed at Leah's face, understanding what he must have been feeling or perhaps ignoring it. Everyone else left the cave to leave them alone. Leah, Ankou simply spoke her name, at a loss for what else to do. Leah smiled in response, not letting her pain show. If we're gonna talk, why don't we go to the Lycoris field? Ooh, girl, no. Let's decide our future there. It wasn't fair. There was no way he could refuse after being given such a beautiful smile. Don't do it, it's a trap. I was unable to move as Ankou carried me in his arms to our destination. The middle of the Lycoris field where we first met and were later reunited once again.
ここでいいのか
Is this spot all right? Yes, the Lycoris that you planted and Eve's protected. I love them.
そうか
I see. After making sure no one else was around, Ankou lowered himself and helped to keep my body upright.
皮肉なものだなお前を死なせず無理やり生かしたことで
It's pretty ironic not letting you die and forcing you to live.
また別の最悪の絶望へと誘ってしまった
It led to another horrible form of
死
despair.
ねない化け物になり果てる苦しみを
The pain of being a monster who can't
俺は
die.
この世界の誰よりも
I should
理
understand
解し
that
ていたはずなのに
more than anyone in this world. The emotion he couldn't hold in any longer exploded. Look. Look with your beautiful eyes.
もしもお前を救うことができなかったら俺はお前と共に死んでやることすらできない
If I can't save you, I can't even die alongside you. His body shook the entire time he
ど
held
うし
me.
てだ
Why?
俺はただお前が幸福な人生を送る姿を見届けたくて戻ってきたんだ
All I wanted to do was come back to watch you live a happy life.
こんないびつな永遠の救済に突き落とすためじゃない
I didn't come all this way just to force you into such a twisted salvation. He cried with all of his might, the watchman of death who kept a calm and nonchalant demeanor all this time. There was only a slim chance the mutant could be defeated. The worst future that Ankou imagined was the most realistic one. I would lose myself, both in body and in mind, turning into a monster that consumed people while screaming endlessly in pain. If so, it was certainly... I saw that drop frame rate. It was certainly far better to be... It keeps telling me to turn down my... I don't know if something's on my computer in the background or something. Because it's saying to turn down my video quality. Once again, I don't have my video quality up unless like I need to do an update for OBS. Which last time this happened, it was fine the next time I stream. So I don't know why it keeps doing this. I will exit Discord if it lets me. I said if. I definitely said if. Deep suffering. I mean, this game has so much sadness in it. It's just full of depression. Like, this is depression, the video game, and I feel like I would feel far different if it hadn't dragged out so far to get to this point. Like, I felt for Ankou really badly in the first game, because, like, imagining his life, it's impossible, really. He lived hundreds and hundreds of years, all for this moment, and, like, he just wanted her to grow up. He just wanted her to be able to grow up. That's it. And his rant, his monologue, his story. I tried to close Discord. I don't know if it did. It's crashing. My computer's crashing. Trying to close Discord. I can see everything is frozen on my screen. If you can hear me but not see me, I'm so sorry. I tried to close Discord and it still did the same thing. Interesting. Well, it still says it has... I don't even understand. This seems right. This seems right for the last stream for this game because I'm stopping even if it doesn't. It was certainly far better to try and find a way for me to die. It would spare his heart from breaking. I can hear you, but the video stopped. Is it back now? Because my entire screen did crash for a second. Like, I couldn't see anything either. Can you hear me now? Can you see me now? Why is this doing this to me? It used to let me watch my own stream from here. Back now? Okay, great. All right, well, we're fine. We're fine. I think we're fine. I think everything did updates and everything hates me. This is the hill I will die on. I can see and hear you, but my chat messages are delayed about 30 seconds. I don't think there's... I know there used to be a button. I've seen people do it that like fixes things like lag and stuff, but I haven't done that before. It's okay. We'll have fun with this, Bass. We'll do this in a fun way. I'll be in the future and you'll be slightly in the past and it'll be the slowpoke meme in real life and it'll be fun. It'll be fun for us. With my entire screen crashing for a second, it makes sense. It totally makes sense. But still, dude's dying. No. I denied his remark as I struggled to reach my hand out to his cheek. I also feel like the CGs this time don't constantly match up to what's happening either. I feel like we get a picture and sometimes we all enjoy like a CG that kind of changes, you know what I mean? Like maybe they smile suddenly or they blink, they wink. They lean in for a kiss and it like changes, right? They used to do that, I swore, for Virche. But sometimes we'll have a conversation and like the CG will show and then they'll describe something that's happening, but then it's being described in the CG. But like usually you wouldn't see it before it's happening. It's already happened. I don't know. I'm at a loss for words, honestly. I'm thankful for the story you gave me more than anything because I've lived my life with my head hanging down. But now I can face forward laughing, being angry. I can reach out to the stars now, admiring how they shimmer. Ankou, it was you. All that was because you taught me the beauty and joy of living. No matter how much I suffered, I would never regret the path I had taken this far. How?
なぜ君はこんな無力な男のことをそんなにも信じられる
How can you believe in such a powerless man like me?
こんな絶望しか運んでこない君にとっての死神を
Boy, I'm not for like so many other people. Calm down. I'm death, someone who only causes you despair. I imagine what it would be like if you were gone. Only I knew I hated it. I knew how I felt. Because you're the one who found me, Ankou. I love you from the bottom of my heart. Through his silence, Ankou's fingers. Like that. See what I mean? See what I mean? Slowly lay themselves across my cheek, his hand no longer trembling in exchange.
おかしいな
Gashi.
どうして
That's so
私
strange.
は
You're calling me by that
偽
fake
りの名
name.
を呼ばれたことがこんなにも嬉しいんだ。
So why am I so happy? There was a joy he couldn't hide.
君の俺を呼ぶ声を忘れるたびにあんなにも絶望していたというのに。
I had forgotten what it was like when you called my name and was so saddened by that. My bad.
Oh.
That's what's that.
そうか。
I see.
私は自分でも気づかない間に
I hadn't even noticed.
アンクーという名前を自分のものとして受け入れていたのか。
Ankou is the name that belongs to me as my own.
君が何度も何度も
It's
心から
because you've
嬉しそうに
spoken that name with joy so many times. What I heard after my confession was the rustling of his clothing as he held me even tighter.
ずっとその言葉をもらうのは自分以外の誰かだと思っていた。
All of this time, I thought those words were meant for someone other than
な
myself.
んでよりにもよって私なんだ。
Why me of all people?
私ではない他の誰かなら
If it were anyone other than me,
君を確実に救うことができたのに。
I know they would be able to save you. Lucas gets me killing myself, guy. Mathis did fine. I mean, he murdered me in one route, so I mean, maybe not. Maybe it's not. His cries were so saddening. I wrapped my arms around him in response. It's all right, as long as I'm with you. I'm not afraid of any hope or despair. Please don't be so sad. Ankou, my very own watchman of death. I could hear it. A gentle sound come from Ankou's body as I held him. He then began to whisper slowly, making sure I could hear him. See then.
まだ導き手としての役目を終えるわけにはいかないな。
I can't end my role as your guiding hand just yet. You could try.
ありがと
Thank you,
う。
Leah.
私も君がそばにいてくれるならどんな結末も恐れない。
I know too that if you're by my side, I won't be afraid of any end that awaits us. Yes, I would keep struggling and fighting back, alone, along with the person I love most in the world. The end? The end, right? After she used up the rest of her strength in our conversation, I put Leah to sleep back on the bed. When I walked out to get some night air, I saw the young one.
話はできたみたいだな。
Seems like you finished talking. Or I should say Adolphe, standing outside.
まさかずっとここで待っていたのかい？
Were you waiting here all this time? I went to stand beside him, still in disbelief. The Lycoris planted for the people's salvation swayed in the wind as if becoming me,
よかったのかい？
welcoming me.
彼女に何も伝えなくて。
Are you sure you don't need to tell her anything?
何がだ？
Tell her what?
言わせるな。君が俺なら
Don't make me say it. If you're me,
彼女に抱く思いだって同じはずだろう。
you have the same feelings I do for Leah, right?
負ける勝負にわざわざ挑む趣味はねえよ。
I'm not interested in taking on a challenge I know I'm going to lose. Adolphe smiled as if a burden was lifted off of him as he looked up to the
忘れ
sky.
るな。あいつはこの世界で出会ったアンクーを選んだんだ。
Don't forget this. She chose Ankou, a member of
か
this
つてア
world,
ドルフだった男をじゃね。
not the man who was once Adolf.
そうか。そうだな。
Yeah, you're right. As I stood there convinced by his reasoning, I spread out my fingers and gazed at him. The delay also hits me too. I was like, I see it. Hi, Ribbon. There's a delay in stream, sorry. It's unfortunately unavoidable because my everything crashed for a second there. And we ain't stopping till we finish. But hey, we figured out what we did wrong yesterday, so we're getting there. We're doing it. Oof. At some point, when I actually have my room fully set up, there'll be a redemption for like stand up, and then I can turn my riser on. That's a dream right now. As I stood there convinced by his reasoning, I spread out my fingers and gazed at them. The tips of them were painted in black. Dark red slowly turned to white, almost snowy powder scattering into the air like the Lycoris petals. I didn't have much time left.
わずかな間でも
I noticed the
彼女
delay.
と心を通わせることができて嬉しかった。
My stream kept saying I was dropping frame rates, so I tried closing Discord and it froze everything, thinking maybe it would help. And instead I caused the delay. I'm happy she was able to share. I'm happy she and I were able to share our feelings with each other, even if the time we had together was short. But it would be all for nothing if I let myself die after being satisfied with only that
無
feeling.
力な私一人では彼女を助けることができない。
I'm too powerless to save Leah on my own. That's the wrong button.
だから頼む。
So please,
どうか彼女を
I beg of you,
救って
save
くれ。
her.
バカ。そこは力を貸してくれっていうとこだろ。
You idiot. You should be asking me to help you instead.
俺たちであいつを助けるんだ。
We are going to save her.
君に諭される日が来るとはね。
I never thought the day would come that you would teach me a lesson.
確かに我々は一人では無力な役立たずなのだから。
It's true that alone both of us are useless.
二人で悪あがきをしてようやく一人分になるのだろうね。
If we fight back together, we can finally be as capable as a single person. Nice. If we put our heads together, we'll have one whole brain cell. Let's go.
ああ悔しいことにな。
Yeah, although I hate that feeling. With a thud, he hit our fists together and made our vow to each other to under the stars. The impact made both of our blue earrings shimmer at the light.
にしてもお前、結局その死の番人のままいることにしたのかよ。
No, change into your other outfit. Change into your pants. I can't believe you're gonna stay in that Watchman of Death getup.
いいだろう、別に。私はここに至るまでいろんな人間の助けを得てきた。この姿はその証だ。
How long do you think you have left? Okay, so I had to cheat a little bit to figure out why we were behind and where we were stuck doing. I think, realistically speaking, I'm gonna be here for 3 hours. I think that's a realistic answer. But my hope is it's only 2. Because we're now in chapter 8, which we didn't even know was a chapter. We're here. And we're on the end is near path, like it's almost over path. And then we have to get a separate ending. And then we have to get another ending. There's like so many endings. All of it's really close together. So we'll see, but I'm not stopping until I finish. I don't have work tomorrow. I have plans tomorrow, but that's fine. I don't have to be up until 8 a.m. It's only 9:30. I can stay up reasonably until like 1 a.m. Tonight, 3 hours? Yeah, tonight, 3 hours. Hopefully, I'm hoping, even with the delay and the thing crashing, we're still gonna do it. I literally said if we don't finish tonight, I'm not playing anymore. We're done. We're so done. I'm so done with Virche at this point that if it crashes and we don't finish, I'm just not finishing the game on stream. And everyone's gonna have to get the game themselves to play. And it's on sale right now. Access is actually doing a sale. I think this game's $20 off right now. So if you wanted Virche Evermore EpiC Lycoris for yourself, it's on sale on their website. Play it at your own risk. You can power through this. I probably should have grabbed an energy drink. I grabbed a Dr. Pepper, but there's energy drinks in the fridge. I had one last night when I was streaming, hoping it'd help me, but I've had help. I've had help from so many other people along my journey. This appearance is proof of
それ
that.
を今さら無に返すものか。
I'm not going to let all that be in vain.
彼女も万人アンクーの姿を気に入ってくれているようだしね。
And it seems that she also likes how the Watchman Ankou looks too. He's calling me out.
あまり調子に乗るなよ。どうせリコリスに紛れて姿を消す時もなんか仕掛けがあったんだろ。
Oh my gosh, we did this before. We did this. This is a flashback. Don't get too full of yourself. I'm sure you also got some kind of trick when you disappear with the Lycoris thing, right?
君には関係ないだろう。ひがみで言いがかりをつけるのはやめてもらいたいものだね。
What do you care? I wish you wouldn't come up with accusations just because you're jealous of me.
誰がひがむか。お前みたいな痛々しい番人。
Who would be jealous of a cringy watchman like you? We were bickering to the end, but instead of forcefully trying to build some awkward camaraderie between us, this dynamic suited Adolphe and Ankou
ま
better.
ったく
I can't believe you at all. Mom! As we ended our conversation,
3人揃って母に黙ったまま随分と危ない橋を渡ろうとしているようね。
you three are planning to cross a dangerous bridge without even telling your mother. No matter how many centuries had passed, I couldn't ignore my instincts as my shoulders flinched with Adolphe's at the voice.
いつからそんなに隠し事が好きになったのかしら。
Since when did you all like keeping so many secrets? Like, look at this queen.
マム。
Mother?
どうして
What are you doing
決ま
here?
っているでしょ。死地に向かおうとしているあなたたちと話をしに来たの。
What? Why else? I've come to talk to you all as you're about to head off to your deaths.
地下で起きたこととこれからあなたたちが向かう場所についてはさっきシアンから聞いたわ。
I heard from Sheen about what happened underground and where you decided to go. The sister slowly walked towards us.
いってらっしゃい。
I hope you'll be safe.
妹を守るのもいいけどあなたもしっかり自分の命を守らなくちゃダメよ。
I'm glad that you want to protect your little sister, but you have to protect your own life as well, alright?
あ
Yeah. She reached out her hand and stroked Adolphe's hair. And Ankou's right, because she knows
帰っ
that's
て
her
きたら
child.
たくさんお話をしましょう。
When you come home, let's talk about
まだ
everything.
できていない夕食会には4人分の料理を用意しないとね。
I'll need to prepare dinner for the 4 of us since we still haven't had it yet.
あなたが大好きなシチューも助かったあの子が作ってくれるはずよ。
After saving her, I'm sure she'll make that stew you love. She then lovingly grasped Ankou's cold hands.
シスター
Sister, oh please. No.
マムなぜ
Mother, why? Mother, why? She looked at me then when I looked and sounded nothing like my former self.
母が子を見間違えるわけないでしょ。
A mother couldn't possibly mistake her own child for someone else, could she?
私は あなたの名前以外のほぼすべてを
I've forgotten almost
忘れてい
everything
たのだよ。
about you apart from your name. An insensitive brute had no right to have someone look at him with such a loving expression. That was what I thought.
バカね。親は子に忘れられないように生きるんじゃない。
Don't be silly. A parent doesn't live to make sure they're not forgotten by their child.
大事な子のことを忘れないように生きるのよ。
They live to make sure they never forget their precious child. Everything about this woman was so kind as she faced her two sons.
いってらっしゃい。必ずあの子たちと一緒に帰ってきて。
Go be safe and promise you'll come back with her.
その時は私も笑顔で
When you do, I'll greet you with a
お
smile
かえりと出迎えてあげるから。
and welcome you all home. Her bright smile shone more brilliantly than anything else in the world. Oh goodness, if only Liam could see it. High five.
Mother. 本当
Are you really going to? Are you gonna be sad she's gonna leave you?
不死の偉業に立ち向かうなんていくらなんでも無謀すぎる。
Trying to face that immortal mutant is nothing short of hopeless.
この国の存亡など君には一番関係ないことだろ
The fact
う。
that
私のように地上に残るべきでは。
the fact of this country has nothing to do with the fate of this country has nothing to do with you. I suggest you stay above ground like me.
なんだ、心配してくれているのか？
What? Are you worried about me?
違う。
No.
その一応君には
I feel indebted to you
助けられた恩があるから
after
な。
you saved me.
その借りを返す前に死なれたら目覚めが悪いというか。
I wouldn't be able to sleep if you died before I could repay that debt.
殺人鬼が言うセリフじゃないと思うが、まあ気持ちだけ受け取っておく。
Not what I expected from a murderer, but I guess I can appreciate the sentiment.
アンクーたちの契約には実は個人的な感情も含んでいてな。
There's actually some personal business involved in my contract with Ankou.
何があろうとあの宝たちを守りきると最初から決めていたんだ。
I already promised that I'd protect my treasures no matter the cost.
だから地上に残ることはできない。
That's why I
悪いな。
can't stay up here. Sorry about that.
別に。
You've no need to apologize.
そうか。
Guess so.
まあ勝つにせよ負けるにせよお前と語り合うのはこれが最後になるだろう。
Whether we win or lose, I'm sure this will be the last time you and I talk.
元気でなカプチーヌ。
Take care of yourself, Capuchin.
潔く極刑になるか改心して足を洗うかしっかり自分の意志で決めろよ。
Whether you gallantly accept your punishment or devote yourself to changing your ways, make sure it's your decision alone. He didn't need a happy ending. He didn't need anything. I was having a strange dream. I didn't remember this ever happening. All I could say was that it felt too real to be a dream. Sword after sword was thrust into my body. Then with all of my might, I stabbed a man whose face I couldn't see. I used all of my strength and what little life I had left, and behind me, I heard the pained scream of someone dear to me. In my hazy consciousness, I couldn't make out why the man was screaming. I'm sorry for not being able to stay with you. I spoke in a calm voice in my dream. After seeing my smile, someone rushed up to me crying. As soon as I was no longer able to see him, I collapsed to the floor with a torrent of my own blood. Right next to me was my enemy with whom I fought to the end. My breathing suddenly became rapid. I was sure that if I closed my eyes, I would no longer be in this world. As my consciousness faded, I made a wish in that
ここ
dream.
まで一緒に連れてきてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for bringing me all this
愛
way.
のために遠い旅に出る君を俺は誇りに思う。
I'm so proud of you for traveling such a long journey for love. As I started to leave the world, I thought of my friend who embarked on his journey through me.
さようなら、アドルフ。
Goodbye, Adolf.
誰よりも普通で、誰よりも強い、俺の親友。
My friend, an ordinary man who was still stronger than anyone
彼
else.
女と共に良き旅を。
I wish you a good journey with her. When we meet again, let's travel together to the end of the path we both believed in. Poor Eves. Get up, get up, get up. Now's not the time to go be asleep admiring my dreams. Pick up the sword on the ground and stand up right now. My dear
今も
friend.
俺の助けを待っている。
Even now, they're waiting for me to save them. It was 1 in the morning. Spinel had brought some painkillers from the hospital at Capuchin's request. They managed to lessen the pain in my body somewhat, and I was even able to talk. But I had to get carried on somebody's back. As I checked over how my symptoms were easing, Ankou carried me into the underground passage. As if not noticing the presence of their prey, I could hear the sound of the mutants dragging their bodies closer.
なかなか心臓に悪いな。
That's not good.
見つかる前に急ぐぞ。
Let's hurry before we're found.
姫君、私につかまれるかい？
Princess, are you able to hold on to me? Yes. Adjusting myself to Ankou as he crouched down, I wrapped my arms behind his neck. I saw that I could see from much higher as he slowly lifted me up. I'm sorry, I wish I could walk on my own.
何？気にする必要はないとも。元より銃を失った私にできることは少ないからね。
You have no need to worry. There isn't much I can do now after losing my gun.
お前、昨晩あの後、筋力が落ちたから剣は持てないって言ってなかったか？
After what happened last night, didn't you say you were too weak to even pick up a sword?
何を言っているんだ。姫君は剣どころか、リコリスよりもはるかに軽いだろ。
What are you talking about? The princess is lighter than any sword, even lighter than a Lycoris flower.
ああ、
Right.
そうか。
That's true.
恋の力とは偉大だな。その調子で、その子を安全に運んでくれ。
The power of love is really strong. Just keep Leah safe.
彼女が助かったら、今度はお前の体の崩壊を食い止める番なんだからな。
Once she's all right, we need to stop your body from falling apart next.
ああ、わかっているよ。
Right, I know. Ankou didn't have much time left either. As he carried me, the features of his body were slowly disappearing, and I'm forcing him to carry me, which could be actually heightening. There's a reason they tell you to rest when you're sick. You know what I'm saying? Rest when you're sick because it helps your body, because you're not stressing it out. According to Sheen, once the Institute was taken back, if we could retrieve the bullets from the gun and recreate the drug inside them, we could be saved.
その前に姫君が異形になってしまっては意味がない。今はこちらに集中しよう。
Before that, all will be lost if the princess turns into a mutant. Let's focus on this for now. Ankou, there is a hair in my eyeball. Got it.
一気に駆け抜けるぞ。
Let's run right past them. We ran through the water so quickly that there wasn't even time to be afraid of the mutants. I can be afraid. We didn't see anything that looked human, possibly because Lucas's clones that the hot stationed were already taken by the mutants. In exchange, we received a call from Sheen, who had already headed into the tunnels before us.
聞こえるか？異形の現在位置をある程度予測した。
Can you hear me? I have obtained the mutants' approximate
クルー
location.
ンの捜索班に1体、第2の漂流者とその他には2体接近している。
There's one around Karun's group. Karun's? They are headed towards the second drifter group.
なるべく戦闘は避けてくれ。すぐに助けに行くことができねえからな。
Remember to avoid fighting whenever possible. I can't get to any of you right now to help.
例の個体は？
What about the mutant we need?
移動が早すぎてまだわからん。だが相当でかいようだからな。
It's moving too
言うとしたら
fast.
採用の広い空間だ。
I don't know where it is yet, but it's large, likely in the large open space deep in the
わか
tunnel.
った。そちらは二人で大丈夫なのかい？
Understood. Are you both alright where you are? Ankou deliberately asked his question as the only piece of information he didn't give was his own location.
問題ない。
We're fine. But it wasn't because they weren't being chased by mutants. In fact, they were.
この程度、俺たちだけで十分だ。
We'll be fine given our current opposition.
だとよ。この国の神様は頼もしいね。
Yeah, the god of this country really is dependable. He knows how to kick. As Hugo smiled wearily, Sheen readied himself to fight.
不死だろうが痛覚がある以上、動けなくなるまで叩きのめせばいい。
Immortal or not, as long as they can feel pain, we can beat them until they can't move. He kicked a mutant away, causing it to land and sink into the water.
ずいぶん簡単に言ってくれるけどよ。
You say that like it's easy. Next, Hugo cut down another mutant that came up at them from the opposite side.
こんな化け物何体も相手してたら命がいくつあっても足りねえって。
If we have to face an army of them, we're done for. Sheen ignored Hugo's complaints and continued his own offense.
つまらん。
Offense. Ah.
やはり俺は頭を使い戦う方が性に合ってい
This
る。
is ridiculous. I'm far better suited to fighting through the use of my mind.
とはいえ、今まで呪いの解明から目を背けていたツケは
That said, I
洗う
suppose
必要があ
I
る。
do have to compensate somehow for ignoring the need to undo the curse for so long.
せいぜい他の人間にこいつが向かわないようにするぞ。
We can at least try to
わ
keep
かっ
these
たな、
mutants away
クルーンその2。
from any other people. Got that, Kuru number 2?
いや、あんたほんと頼もしいな。俺も死ぬ気がまるでしねえ。
You really are dependable. I feel as if I'm not actually going to die.
全く問題なさそうだな。あの神様って弱点あるのか？
Seems like they're fine. Does that god of yours have any weaknesses?
あるのなら私が知りたいぐらいだよ。
I'd like to know if he did.
だがシアンが戦ってる間は異形の現在地は聞けそうにないな。
It sounds like we won't be able to know where the mutant is while Sheen's
指
busy
示の通
fighting.
り採用を目指して進むか。
Let's head to the deepest part of the tunnel like Sheen
辛かった
mentioned.
らすぐに言うのだよ、姫君。
Let me know as soon as things are too painful for you, Princess. I started to drop my Switch controller just picking this up. I will, but I'm okay for now. The painkillers were still working. In fact, I'll take another. Side effects say what? While keeping an eye out for any mutants chasing us, we continued further into the tunnel without rest.
静かなのがかえって不気味だね。
The silence makes me feel even more restless.
あいつら正規のルートとか関係ないからな。
It's not like they're crawling around knowing which tunnels are the main
いざとなれ
routes.
ば餌を求めて壁を突き破ってでも出てくるだろうし。
I'm sure if it comes down to it, they could just crash through the walls searching for food. Just as she finished speaking.
全員伏せろ。
Get down. Leah, ah! I hung onto Ankou as hard as I could, so as not to get tossed from him. Just then, the cracked wall collapsed, rubble piled up between us and Adolf, who was further ahead. Adolf, I could hear the roaring well of the mutant on the other side of the debris.
目的の個体じゃないんだ。お前らは先に行け。
That's not the one we're after. Keep going. But
安心しろ。まともに戦うつもりはねえよ。適当に巻いてからお前らに合流する。
don't worry, I'm not gonna face it head on. I'll regroup with you once I've lost it. I could hear Adolf ready his sword in front of the mass as it began to move.
犠牲になるつもりがないならよし。ここは君をひとまず信じて進むとしよう。
So long as you don't intend to make yourself a sacrifice, we'll believe in you and move on.
お嬢さんもそれでいいな。ここに残って別のやつに見つかったら、それこそ何もかも終わりだ。
It'll be over for us if we stick around here and get fought by more of them. Found. Yes, I believe in the fact that Adolf will come back to us safely. I nodded with certainty in Anku's arms.
その信頼
You can
少しばかり焼けてしまうな。
I'm a little jealous of the trust you have in him.
生き残れよアドルフ。姫君を残し一人行くことだけは許さない。
Be sure to stay alive, Adolf. I won't forgive you if you abandon the princess.
お前に言われるまでもない。そっちこそそいつを必ず守りきれよ。
I don't need to be told that by you. You just make sure you protect her. After a casual back and forth with Adolf, while still holding me, Ankou set off towards the depths of the tunnel with Spinel. I continued to hear the sound of breaking walls from what I assumed was the others fighting mutants elsewhere in the tunnels. Amidst the turmoil, we continued to make progress through the tunnels. Is it progress if you don't know where you're going? And just as the effects of the painkillers began to wear off and pain coursed through my body again, we made it to the deepest part of the underground tunnels.
誰の気配もないな。
Doesn't seem like anyone's here. Not even Dahat, who I assumed would be seated in his throne here in the laboratory. Ankou must have had the same thought as he grimaced, contemplating where the gun might have gone.
異形に取り込まれたか。別の場所に避難したか。せめて銃の場所だけでも分かればいいんだが。
He might have been absorbed by the mutant, or maybe he hid elsewhere. I just wish we had an idea of where the gun was. Ankou looked around us. An eerie silence hung about the room. Our bodies quickly reacted to the sound we were so used to by now. Ankou's arms that held me squeezed me even more tightly. But the sound was just so powerful we couldn't tell where it was coming from. Right at our feet, the ground began to strangely swell up right where we were standing.
Ankou!
Leah, Ankou. Spinel pushed us away from where we were standing. There was a snapping sound. I could hear the massive form that burst from the ground, tearing away at flesh. That sound. Was that of the mouth of one of the mutant's arms ripping off a piece of her stomach? Spinel. I screamed, forgetting even my own pain. The mutant had carved out a wound so deep that we knew right away it was fatal. The mutant grabbed her with his giant hand and was about to consume her, but... Even with a portion of her stomach bitten off, Spinel refused to drop her sword, swiftly stabbing the mutant's wrist with it. The mutant wailed and tossed her body into the rubble. Ankou attempted to rush to her, but... The mutant leapt to an unbelievable height, breaking through the ceiling of the laboratory and climbing out of the room. It was clear that the ceiling would soon collapse and bury the room in in even more rubble. Yikes, right? Right?
Spinel!
Spinel! Ankou's face was pale as he shouted to Spinel, who was about to be buried in the moment. However, she forced herself to look up and told us about what she saw in the mutant's wound. The guns inside the thing.
Ankou! Oh my god. 自分の手でその子を救うんだ!
Ankou, you have to save her with your own hands. That was her message. Ankou bit his lip and ran as fast as he could towards the exit to the laboratory. Ankou, Spinel still... We won't make it. Ankou's voice was heavy with sadness as he replied just at that moment. The place that was once the throne of the kings pitifully The place that was once the throne of the king pitifully collapsed under the rubble. It's underground, so I mean, we practically tumbled out of the laboratory and as it completely collapsed. But there was no joy whatsoever in our escape. Spinel. What coursed through my body stronger than pain was the sadness of losing a dear friend. Ankou was also shaken by the sudden death of the woman who had protected me all this time. However, we didn't have time to stay still.
例の個体の位置が分かった。随分と派手に通路を破壊し移動している。
I have a read on our mutant. It's on the move, smashing through the tunnels with reckless abandon.
どうやらかつて王族どもが鎮座していた王座を目指しているようだ。
It seems it's headed for the throne room where the royal family once sat. The mutant we just saw was likely the one we had to defeat. What Sheen told us lined up with what we saw.
理性を失ってもなお権力に執着するか。
Even after losing their mind, they're still obsessed with power. What a bunch of fools. Ankou sighed in dismay and slowly stood up. He then sat me down on some equipment that wasn't submerged in water. Ankou.
シアン・ブロフィワーズ、私たちがいるこの場所に誰か向かわせることはできるかい？
Sheen Brofi, would you be able to send someone to our location now?
クロードその2が近くにいる。指示すれば1分程度で合流できるだろう。
The second son of the Clyde family. He could meet you in a minute if you give him the order.
そうか。なら彼女を託したい。
I see. Then I'd like to see him take care of Leah. It happened so quickly. He's like pieces, dude. Ankou, why? You promised that we would be together until the end. My girl, you are dying. He is dying. He shouldn't be carrying you to begin with.
スピネルが言っていただろう。銃はあの異形の中にある。
You heard Spinel. The gun is inside the mutant.
ならば奴を倒すには、あえて取り込まれ、内側から銃でうがつしかない。
Meaning the only way to defeat it is to be absorbed and shoot it with the gun from the inside. I suddenly understood. Ankou was going to his death. He would be absorbed by the mutant and after becoming one with it, accomplish our objective by killing himself with a gun. No! I clung onto Ankou's arm, but it wouldn't reply to me like he always used to. He looked at me as if trying to stop a child from having a tantrum. Aww. He gave me a gentle kiss on my forehead.
君
Ankou.
と一緒なら、どんな結末も怖くない。あの時の言葉は本当だったんだ。
If you're by my side, I won't be afraid of any end that awaits us. That is the truth, but
この役目は私にしかできないことだから。
this is something only I can do. The watchman smiled. I knew that he was about to escort the mutant into Hades himself. I just couldn't. Don't go. I couldn't let that happen. I don't need a kiss. Well, first off, calm down. I just want you to stay by my side. I love you. I love you, Ankou, not anyone else.
私も今の君に恋することができて
I too
幸せだった。
am so happy that I was able to fall in love with you again.
愛している。
I love you, Leah.
私だけの同胞の姫君。どうか白き未来で
My partner.
幸せになってくれ。
My very own princess. I hope you'll be happy in the bright future that awaits. He lowered his lips, and his second kiss was a sign that he would be leaving me. And I want the CG for that. Ankou easily removed my arms that held onto him. After listening for the appropriate approaching footsteps, he stepped away from me.
これが私の最後の旅だ。どうか目的地にたどり着けることをここで願っていてほしい。
This is my final journey. I want you to stay here and pray for me to finally reach my destiny. Destination? Wait, Ankou, hang on. Let's talk about this. My pleas did not reach him. Ankou walked towards his final destination, staring off on another journey alone. It was starting. been an hour now. We've been on this story for an hour now. Will I be done by midnight? I had never once forgotten about the shining blue accessories on my ears. They were a mark of my sins, or not being able to protect those dear to me. I was sure a fool like myself couldn't possibly atone for those sins now. I want to protect them this time. The treasure I've been searching for all this time. I understood now after knowing the truth about so many things. 19 years ago, the person who felt joy at my birth in the black field of flowers was you, a person so gentle and kind. You who came to me after your long, long journey. Perhaps I was still her. The same girl you lost in the past, and yet someone entirely different. You still told me with that beautiful smile of yours that you loved the current me. That was what gave me the strength to face any despair. I must have lost so much time just by hanging on to you so tightly. An intense pain rushed through me. It was so difficult to breathe that I almost passed out, tears involuntarily falling from my eyes. Even then, I didn't need to be saved. I didn't need you to come to me. Because this time, I'll be the one to come to you. Girl is on her deathbed. I put strength into my withering cells, gritted my teeth as I stood up. I'm not giving up. At the end of Ankou's journey Leah had, I just need to be there with him. I would never let him be alone again. It felt as if my vision was crooked. I realized I could barely keep my balance and began to stumble and fall over. It's not the right kind of As I was about to fall back into the water, someone from behind me grabbed my shoulders and held me up. Mathis,
ほんの少し会わない間に
in the short while I haven't seen you, it's Lucas! Guys, it's Lucas, everyone's favorite person.
たくましくなりましたね。
You've grown so strong, Leah.
もう私の教えは必要なさそうです。
It seems there's nothing more I have to teach you. I mean, you could have taught her to be a serial killer, right? Lucas. As I called out his name, Lucas made sure I was able to keep my feet firmly planted on the ground. What are you doing here?
実はあれから昏睡状態のままさらわれたナディアを探していまして。
After what happened, I've been looking for Nadia, who was taken away still in her comatose state.
地下で異変が起きていることに気づき、城の前にできた大穴から飛び込んできたんです。
When I realized something was happening underground, I jumped down through the large hole in front of the castle.
君たちにたくさんの迷惑をかけてしまいましたね。
I've caused you all so much trouble. Honestly, in this reality, not that much. To be real, to be so real with you. Putting the sins of you've committed aside for now, you've been working so hard to save Nadia. His eyes were so much more gentle than they were that night. I had no real reasoning for it. I knew that right now I could trust him as my teacher and ally, which was why I gave him all the information I had without hesitation. Is that blood from the injuries of yours? If so, you should go back above ground and get treated by Sheen. He's like, don't worry. It's not my blood.
ああ、いえ。これはほとんど返り血です。
Most of this blood isn't mine.
今までずっと地下を探索しながら異形を相手に戦っていたもので、私自身の怪我はわずかしかありませんよ。
As I've been searching the tunnels, I've been fighting those mutants. I've suffered only scratches myself. I guess you really are strong, Lucas. Myself, admonishment won over my amazement towards him. I'm just so weak. I'm not strong like you. Maybe that's why Ankou was forced to face the mutant alone. As I hung my head down.
そんなことありません。
That's not true. Guys, hear me out. We could do a powwow right here and talk about how strong this girl who literally should be in bed is. But I would rather we just all walk. Let's all just start. Let's walk and talk. We could do both. A figure up ahead shouted as it ran towards us. Mathis.
遅くなってごめんなさい。 少し道に迷ってしまって。
I'm sorry, I'm so late, I got lost.
その今のお
I
話
heard all of what you just said.
僕
Standing next to Lucas, Mathis urgently continued his thought.
僕はあなたが弱いと思ったことなんて
I've never once
一度も
thought
あ
of
り
you
ま
as
せん。
weak, Leah. Not even when you were being weak and crying all the time and like falling over. That was kind of funny, but like I didn't think you were weak, my dude. I thought you had a lot of courage to like stand back up after that and accept that fate.
だって僕の小説を読んで呪いを解いてこんな未来を得たいって
You were smiling as
笑
you
って
read
くれたじゃないですか。
novel, saying how you wanted to see a similar future.
普通の人はこんな残酷な国の未来に希望なんて
Guys,
見
I
出さないのに
know I am not like other girls, okay? I don't need the pep talk. I'm not like other girls. I fell in love with a man that's from the future that came back into the past to try to save the person that I am currently. I get it, okay? But I'm also dying actively right now. So can we walk and talk? Lucas, you know what dying feels like, right? You're 23. No normal person could ever feel hope for the future in a land full of despair like ours. No,
Watashi
my
mo.
gosh.
マティス君と同意見です。
I'm of the same opinion as Mathis. Is this the harem ending? Are they all gonna confess to her right now?
ナディアを憐れまず、ありのままの姿で友人になってくれた優しい女性。
Kind woman who didn't pity Nadia. You befriended her for who she was.
アンクーさんはきっとそんな君だからこそ好きになったのだと思いますよ。
I'm sure those sort of actions of yours were what made Lucas, Ankou love you. Lucas, Mathis.
本当なら僕はシアンさんからの指示通り
Also,
あなた
I'm
は
having
安全な場所に連れて行くべきだ。
I'm sure it's seasonal allergies as we speak, and it's be like I start to sound nasally. It's that. What I really should be doing is taking you to a safe place like Sheen ordered.
でも嫌なんですよ
But
ね。
that's not what you want, is it?
そこには
Because
Ankouさんがいないから。
won't be there. Yes. Enduring the pain, I did my best to keep my legs steady as I gave him my reply. The normal future I want to live in most has Ankou in it.
そっか。じゃあ応援します。
I see. Then I'll support your wishes.
私も手を貸しましょう。
Allow me to help you as
とはいえ。
well. In an instant, Lucas readied his halberd.
ここでの足止めが精一杯ですが。
Keeping these mutants at bay, here's all I can do. He split in half the long arm of a mutant that was crawling through the water. Then Mathis drew a knife fastened near his
自分の
ankle.
足で頑張って走れますね。
You can chase after him on your own legs, right? Yeah, I'm not dying or anything. He wasn't asking, he was already sure I could. In response to his encouraging gesture, this is like me if I like sat on my leg for too long. I'd be like getting up so painfully slow. There'd be so much leg shaking. Like, please stop. Like, just stop. Without hesitation, I straightened up as I nodded back. Earl, just stop. He could pick you up and hold you in his arms and run through this place. The mutant had one of its appendages cut off, closed in closer and before it could catch up to us. What? I'll be off then to see the one I love. Bye, guys. Ignoring my pain, I ran off as fast as I could. Even though I was becoming immortal, the pain in my body gripped me without end. As I was running, part of my body swelled up, already turning me partially into a mutant. Then with a sensation like searing heat, a flame suddenly turned back to normal. It was an endless cycle of pain, serving as a reminder of my sentence as a sinner in Hades. I didn't stop. I encountered mutants along the way, and would sometimes be smashed into a wall, my body becoming a mess of flesh, which then quickly returned to normal. Dying is so painful. What was fortunate about the encounter was that once I was killed, I was ignored as possible food for them. I imagine that they preferred normal humans as food instead of myself. That was the thing. to not be able to die is so scary. I felt would make me break as I felt. Okay, I'm not reading this wrong. I felt would make me break as I faced the massive wall of despair in front of me. I felt would make me break. But regardless, I love him. I want to see my beloved. I continue to experience this feeling that was stronger than my pain. Ankou, just thinking about you can make Leah into death stronger and prouder than anyone else. That's right. Death herself could never give in to death. I can still move. I can still come to you. I would keep moving forward, crawling, covered in blood. If only someone who was stronger than me actually just carried me. Ankou, all this time, you've been fighting against this pain for Leah. It was my turn now. Once my broken leg returned to normal, I quickly fought to stand back up. I opened my eyes and wiped away the blood running down my skin. Imagine it.
他にもいろいろ
What sort of endless we're not doing flashbacks. Possibilities. Don't forget it.
今の君には、
What your teacher taught you. Keep thinking.
何に裏切られ
What an unwavering ego and a violent violation of steel to carry your belief through to the end. No matter how many mindless mutants crushed me into the ground.
ごめんね、遅くなって。
Sorry, I'm so late. Oh my gosh! It's Eve!
リコリスの守護者として、俺は君と君が愛した万人を
Guarding the
最後まで
Lycoris
守ると誓おう。
of protecting the watchmen you love so dearly. With an undying heart that would keep moving forward no matter what despair awaited me, all of that, Ankou, I had gained because you told me to live. And I would be with you. I would be with you, resonating with you. He's an Adolf.
心配かけてごめんね。瓦礫の間に埋まったおかげで食べられずに済んだみたいだ。
Sorry to worry you, Leah. Seems I was able to make it through without getting eaten because I was buried under all the rubble. LOL.
無茶しやがって。お前、こんなにおてんばだったか。
I can't believe you're here. I don't remember you being this misbehaved. As he gave me an annoyed smile, Adolf readied his sword again to face the mutant that was standing back up.
イブ、頼めるか。
Eve, can you take care of her?
任せて。
Leave her to me. Ah! Even while drenched in blood, Eves nodded vigorously, lifting my body with one arm. Eves, what are you?
決まってるでしょ。君をアンクーのところへ連れて行く。
It's obvious, isn't it? I'm taking you to Ankou, which is exactly what Lucas could have done. I didn't have to do this. They just thought this would make more sense because, you know, I'm Eves. I'm like, between me and Lucas, I mean, most people would pick me.
アドルフから聞いた。彼は前の俺が見送った大切な親友で、俺のことを英雄だと思ってるって。
I heard from Adolf that he's a dear friend of mine from the past who thought of me as a hero.
正直、買いかぶりすぎだと思うけど。
I think he's giving me too much credit. Eve smiled as he was preparing to fulfill his role.
英雄なら、お姫様を大切な人のもとへ無事に送り届けないとね。
If I'm supposed to be a hero, I need to take the princess to the person most important to her. With an innocent smile, he turned back towards Adolf. While still holding his sword, Adolf acted as if this were any other day.
行ってこい。帰ってきたらまた俺たちにお前のシチューを食わせてくれ。
Go on then, and once you get back, I'd love if you could make me some of your stew. Listen, we're really leaning into the stew today, and I appreciate that, but also stop it.
きっとマムも俺たち3人の帰りを待ってる。
I'm sure Mother's waiting for all three of us to return. He spoke, believing in both me and Ankou, and if my brother was willing to believe in his sister, then she needed to respond in kind. I promise I will. As I replied without hesitation, the guardian of the Lycoris carried me rushing off towards his sworn friend. The mutants must have sensed something happening and began to chase after us, but Eves fended them off and slipped past. He was cut and cut them back. Even while suffering grievous wounds, he refused to stop. His eyes showed no signs of defeat. I'm going to give you a second to think about what you're doing right now, okay? Are you embarrassed? Elgato. In fact, he simply glared back at the mob of mutants standing in our way. Actually, I don't know if that's Elgato. It could be the game. He climbed over one mutant, landing a hit on its head and causing it to fall.
Lycorisの守護者イブノワージュが
Eves Noradi, the guardian of
長き
Lycoris,
時の果てに
will
今
fulfill
こそ魂の盟友
my promise
ア
with
ン
my
クーとの
sworn
契約を果たす
friend at the end of his long journey. Within the dawn, in his eyes, he could see his
悲願の
friends.
姫君との白き未来を君へ
I wished for a bright future for you with the princess of the Lycoris. Okay. The movement of his sword was too fast to catch. I will be so angry. His strength was no longer a mere human's. He must have had someone helping him make his strikes against the mutant. I couldn't describe what transpired. All I could say with certainty was that his strikes split the head of the supernatural mutant in two. Rapidly mutated cells spewed out from it, beginning to close off the tunnel, but before it could...
行ってらっしゃい君たちが帰ってくるのを
Go on, we'll be waiting for you both to come back.
みんなリコリスの花畑で待
At
って
the
る
Lycoris field. Yay, let's go. Eves pushed me into the tunnel that led to the castle and turned back to face the reviving mutant. Just don't do it. I walked forth, headed towards a future where my destruction was assured. When I reached the heart of the castle, I saw the mutant chewing at the very throne it once sat in, and further beyond it, there was the Mad King behind the throne. He paid no mind to his throne being taken, as he was hunched over something smaller than himself, as if trying to protect it. He was alive, but considering his injuries, he probably wouldn't last long. The mutant that attacked him didn't seem to have any interest in me. It might have even thought I was a fellow mutant.
それでいい。
It's fine. I took a step forward without hesitation. I was a monster. I was the immortal Ankou. Since I could no longer become a normal human being, I couldn't live beside Leah. I couldn't even make her happy. That was why I couldn't wish for more than what I had now.
短い間でも彼女と心を通わせることができただけで十分だ。
Even if it was for such a short time, it's enough that I was able to share my feelings with her. I had always thought she would never open herself up to Ankou after all. I was honestly surprised by how easily my assumption was overturned.
あれだけ思いを告げられて君には他に運命がいる。なんて
It's hard for me to
もう言
insist
えな
that
いけ
you
ど。
have other futures that await you ahead of your confessed... gosh. It's hard for me to insist that you have other futures that await you after you confessed your feelings so strongly to me.
やっぱり君には普通に生きてほしい。
In the end, I really do just want you to live a normal life. I am watching. My goodness, I'm so scared. Calm down. Don't worry. I just picked it up and set it back down. Stop being dramatic. Stop it. I really do want you to live a normal life. You could leave me here.
楽しかった。
It was fun. It was so fun.
振り返れば振り返るほど、私がアンクーとして過ごす
The more I looked
君
back
との
on
日
it,
々だけは
the few days I spent with you as Ankou. Don't you dare. I can see it. It's like literally the Elgato. Is it the Elgato? Because I can see the speaker is like frozen. I want to fight you so bad. Quit it. Hang on. I'm just gonna turn the capture device on and off and see if that fixes it, because it's still acting like this. I'm muted. Okay. It tried, everything froze. Just to be clear, when I put it on the BRB screen, remember the music's on the BRB screen, went to the ending now stream just so there'd be sound, so it would be dead quiet, and everything froze for a minute, and I was sitting there going like, did I crash? And I was like, no, it says I'm live, so hopefully everything's okay now. Anyways, everything, it's because it's the last stream. It's because I said it's the end that it's decided to do this, I assume. It's not the first time, it will not be the last. Anyways, as Ankou was saying, the more I looked back on it all, the few days I spent with you as Ankou were the brightest and dazzling. Someday.
愛している。
Gonna snooze this ad just because it's a lot. It's a lot today. I love you, Leah.
私がリコリスに込めた思いは、すべて君に捧げよう。
I offer all my care and love I've given the Lycoris to you. The story of the Watchman of Death would end here. I regretted that my fingers, which she said she loved to touch, were crumbling away. I had nothing more to yearn for. I had no regret. I wanted to say your name one last time. Say it loud. Acknowledged by fate. Did we do it? Did we do it, guys? Are we there? Are we winning? I'm gonna leave that right there. Acknowledged by fate. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I mean, literally my Word doc. So I just have a, not even Word document. It's the cheapest. It's a Word document. It's Notepad. It literally was crashing. I was like, what is happening? Yes. I love you too, Ankou. Someone was squeezing my hand from behind me. Was I imagining things? Thinking it was impossible, I looked behind to see Leah. The girl drowned in despair was standing right next to me, looking like she's been through it, right? Like, I finally caught up to you. I squeezed his hand tightly, determined not to let it go. Ankou's astonishment quickly showed in his face. What are you doing here? I came after you. I didn't want to be left behind. I wanted to see you. As he listened to me, he tried to shake off my hand.
バカな。今からでも遅くない。戻れ。このままでは君まで。
It's not too late. Go back. At this rate, you'll... No. I refuse to let go. I didn't want any bright future at your expense. The only future I want is the one where I can watch the beautiful stars and the Lycoris beside you. That's the normal life that I want. There's no point in living in the world without you, Ankou. If that isn't possible, then at the very least, let me stay beside you. I want to travel in your story until your final moments. I don't need a happy ending. Ankou's fingers shook as he sighed. Unfulfilled desires, regret, hesitation. He was burdened by all those feelings, yet when he spoke again, his answer didn't change. I'm sorry, Leah. Regardless, I want you to. And then she slapped him.
バカだな。そんな顔じゃ説得力がまるでないぞ。
You gotta be kidding me. That look on your face isn't fooling anyone. Ankou! Right as I heard the other voice, Ankou's right ankle was cut into. With one of his feet now removed, Ankou's body fell to the floor. Even though he was still disintegrating, he was slowly growing back a new foot, but he wouldn't be able to move on it soon. As he lay on the ground, a figure landed a few meters in front of him.
だがまあ、そんな死にかけの体でよくここまでたどり着いた。
But I am impressed that you made it all this way with that dying body of yours. Her smile clashed with the sight of the blood pouring from her body. She's fine. Spinel! What are you doing here? As Ankou asked his question, still in shock, Spinel spit out some of the blood in her mouth.
いや、まあ何?
Well, guess you could say.
悪人の気まぐれに助けられてな。
I was saved by a villain's random act of charity. Spinel laughed, telling us we didn't need to worry about it. She had no weapon that was of use as her sword had broken. But as if in place of that, she herself started moving towards the mutant. What are you doing?
雇い主を守ること。それが契約であれば、ここから先は私の仕事だ。
Protecting my employer, if that was the contract I made with you, then I'd better get to work. I supported Ankou as he took in what she said and leaned towards her to shout, "You can't! This isn't your country to protect!"
こいつの言う通りだ。死ぬならもう十分に生きた私が。
Leah's right. If someone has to die, it should be me since I've lived for so long.
それに、そうだ。報酬を、この耳飾りをまだ受け取っていないだろう。
And right, your reward. You still haven't received these earrings
これ
yet.
を売って、好きなだけ酒を飲むんじゃなかったのか。
You were gonna sell these and drink whatever you wanted, weren't you?
ああ、それな。
Oh, right.
悪い。もういらないわ。
Sorry, I don't need them anymore. What?
だって、本当は。
To be honest. As she walked forward, her hair fluttered in a breeze that blew into the room. What? Wait, what if she's a different Ankou from a different reality where he was a girl?
最初から持ってる。
I've already got some of my own. And from underneath, I could see a blue shimmer. The purity and color of those stone was the exact same as what Ankou, Adolphe, and I wore. My gosh.
Oh.
I don't need a flashback explaining those to me, I know.
ああ、探検とこ。
Yeah. Adolphe said his oldest sibling gave them to him.
私はスピネル。傭兵として大陸。呼びづらければ。
待て。
Wait. Ankou's thin fingers reached out towards her.
長い間、迎えに来れなくて悪かった。
Sorry to make you wait for so long.
行くな。
Don't go. But he couldn't reach her. She wouldn't
け
stop.
ど、私の迎えなんてなくても、お前は、お前たちは。
It seems that even without me, you, both of you,
好きな女の子を守れる。立派な男に育っていたな。
grew up to be men strong enough to protect the girl you
だ
loved,
からも
huh?
う、私の助けなんて必要ない。
That's why you don't need my help anymore. Her desire to protect her family brought her towards the remnants of the king who waited for its final
今までよ
sacrifice.
く頑張った。あとは、姉ちゃんに任せとけ。
You worked real hard all this time. Leave the rest up to your big sis now.
頼む。待ってくれ。
Please wait. Oh my god, wait, is she blushing? Was she blushing before? Is that new? I can't tell. She left us with a beautiful smile befitting the woman at the heart of the mercenary with the heart of a mercenary. As she was swallowed by the pale white body transforming into part of its mass, she delivered the final blow to its heart in the order to protect her family. Damn. The mutant was transformed into a mass of charred remains that dropped onto the floor. Perhaps as the consequence of its rampage, the room looked to be on the verge of collapse, just like the underground laboratory. Ankou's fingers remained stretched forward as he stood there silently. The gun dropped quietly to the ground, having fulfilled its role. It was our proof that she had ended it all. Ankou picked up the gun and saw that one of the bullets was now missing. Ankou. Although I knew what he had lost, I hesitated to mention the secret she had been keeping all this time. But as I kept him propped up, I saw that there was no despair in his eyes.
私はいつも誰かに救われてばかりだ。
I'm always being saved by someone
だから、
else.
託された思いの分だけ。
That's why I take all those hopes everyone else has in me, and he grabbed onto my arm as I
君
held
と
him
いう大切なものを守れるよ
and
う生き
continued
ていき
living
たい。
and protecting you, my
た
treasure.
とえその先に永遠の別れが待っていようとも。
Even if I have to say goodbye to you forever after that. He raised his head up, setting his eyes on his future with me.
そうだ。私は生きる。
Yes, I'll live.
私が君の普通に必要なように。
Just like you need me in your normal life.
私がこれから紡ぐ普通にも愛しい君が必要なんだ。
I need you too, my beloved Leah, in the normal life I'm about to live. My screen just flickered. I swear. For the first time, he said he would live, and on top of that, he would travel through life with me. Ankou! Yay! Let's hug over the corpse of your dead sister. I was so happy I could have buried my face into his chest and started crying, but I couldn't. I could then hear footsteps within the rubble, denying me that chance.
ああ、
Oh dear.
まさかうちの親戚連中がここまで生き汚いとは。
I could never have imagined my
さすが
family
に予想外でしたよ。
was such a disgusting
こ
bunch.
んなんじゃ歪んだ民たちを処刑するどころじゃないや。
Executing the corrupt members of this land will have to wait.
だハト。
The hut.
どうも。結果的に助けてくれてありがとうです。アンクーさん。
Hello and thank you for saving me, albeit circumstantially, Ankou.
おかげで彼女を治療前に死なせずに済みました。
Because of you, I was able to treat her before she died. Oh, okay, okay. Behind the hut, who was stained in blood, lay an unconscious Nadia in the corner of the room. By treating, do you mean you did all this so you could treat Nadia using Ankou's cells?
正解です。不適合の問題はありましたけど、ひとまずのつなぎにはなるかと思って。
You're correct. I wasn't sure if they would simulate, yeah, that's right. With hers, but for now she'll be alright.
皮肉ですよね。あれだけ普通にこだわっていた僕が。
It's ironic I've been so fixated on people living a normal
い
life.
ざ友達が死にかけたら、目的も信念も全部後回しにして。
When I find a friend of mine about to die, I leave behind all my own objectives and
こ
beliefs.
の世界で一番嫌いで異常な不老不死の化け物の力を借りようとしたんですもん。
I ended up accepting help from the things I hated most in this world, those immortal monsters. But Tahat smiled, hinting that he didn't regret what he
だ
did.
からこそ最後に立ちはだかる宿敵が普通の人間であるアドルフさんではなく、
That's why the enemy I had to face in the end wasn't Adolf, a normal
ア
human
ンクー
being.
さん、あ
But
なたに
you,
なったんだ。
Ankou.
信念を曲げた男の宿敵には断りを曲げた男が一番ふさわしい。
It's only befitting for the enemy of a man who went against his own beliefs to be the one who defied logic itself.
君が決めることではないと思うがね。
I don't think that's for you to judge. In contrast, Ankou sighed with exasperation.
それでこれからどうするつもりなのかな。
What are you gonna do
その
now?
傷では
I'm sure you'll
君
die
も間も
soon,
なく死ぬだろう。
judging by your wound.
予備の肉体がある研究室も瓦礫の中。君はもう
The lab that
目
houses your
的を達す
clones
ることはできない。
is buried under rubble right now. You can't accomplish your goal.
ですね。
True. At a loss for what to do with himself, Dahat looked up at the window with a crack in it. On his face wasn't fear of his
ア
impending
ルペ
death.
シェール王家は完全に崩壊。これから民による先の見えない新時代
The royal family of
が幕
Apichel
を開ける。
has been destroyed. A new era that its people can't possibly foresee is about to
け
begin.
れど
However,
僕にだって一応最後の王としての矜持があるので。
I do have some dignity as the last remaining king. What he took out of his pocket was a weekly Pulsating red mass. That's the heart of the mutant we need to treat me?
ついさっき異形が死んだ時にポトッとこっちに落ちてきたんです。
Earlier when the mutant died, this plopped right down at my
あ
feet.
なたたちはこれのために
You came all
こ
this
こまで
way
来たんでしょう。
for this. Why is this happening?
だったら
What if we did?
そうですね。どうせこのまま死ぬのなら
If I'm about to die. Suddenly, Dahat's shoulders slouched as he smiled.
一度でいいから王様らしく一騎打ちとかしてみたかったんですよね。
That's out of character for him. He really didn't care that much about the position. But sure, why wouldn't he make this more difficult? I've always wanted to have a duel with someone as
彼
king.
女を救うためにこの心臓を欲するのなら私を殺して奪うがいい。
You'll have to kill me to take it. I doubt he would do that. Dahat's not really like that when it comes to normaler people. He literally just saved Nadia. I doubt he would do
なん
this.
ちゃって。
Wouldn't that be great? He already fucking did so much. Are you trying to make him feel better? Because he's like, everyone does this for me. Setting down the heart next to Nadia, he readied the bow he inherited from the
そ
queen.
れが君の選んだ結末か。
So that's the end you've chosen. As Ankou took hold of his gun, he looked towards me. The duel would end in a single strike. One of them would be dead in a matter of seconds.
支
Ankou.
えてくれるか。
Leah, can you hold me up? No, because this is stupid. I'm your partner after all. Let's do it together as those who oversee death. Thanks. Ankou aimed for Dahat's chest. Dahat aimed for Ankou's chest. They closed in on their targets. The two of them had hardly interacted with each other. They never had time to form even a superficial bond. But
リアム・レーブ・ポワール。誇り高き女王の子よ。
Liam Revpor, son of the proud queen.
君がこの世界に生まれ落ちた一員として、
Though you were born into this world,
私がその魂を冥界へと誘おう。
I will send your soul to Hades where it belongs. I didn't need this. You guys, they have been dragging everything out. It didn't have to be like this. His unwavering eyes focused on Dahat.
それでこそ殺しがいがある。
That makes it all the more worth it, does it? Does it really, though?
さあ決着をつけよう。アンク、私の新たな宿敵。
Let's end this, Ankou, my new enemy.
この世界で一番異常で、この世界で一番愛の深い人間よ。
The most abnormal being in this world and the person who knows of love most of all. Ankou narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the gun
違
trigger.
う。私は人間ではない。
I'm no mere person.
私は死の番人、アンク。
I'm Ankou, the watchman
ど
of
れだ
death.
け自信がなくとも、同じ時を生きられなくとも、彼女の運命が他にいようとも。
However doubtful I am of myself, even if I couldn't live in the same time as she did, even if her destiny is with someone
彼
else.
女だけの死神と共に生きる人ならざるものだ。
I'm an inhuman monster who belongs only to Leah, and I will live by her side. With his declaration, their ideals sprang forth, racing towards each other's chests like shooting stars. I'm gonna give that he did this just so Ankou could be like, look, I did it myself. I didn't need anybody's help. I waited for the return of the children I loved so much, my dear son and daughter, as well as my other beloved son. My maternal instincts urged me to never to lose them again. Never to what? My maternal instincts urged me to never to lose them again. After seeing them off, all I could do now was trust in them and pray for their return. Please, soon, let my children come home.
みんな
My children. It felt strange that although the country had fallen into chaos, nothing else mattered to me but those children. The sky was twinkling, stars began to melt into the light of dawn. What I heard was the sound of happy footsteps kicking off the ground. Damn, she's better real fast. Look at her. They were slow. Oh, goodness. But I could see three figures walking this way. They were the ones I had been waiting for. My beloved daughter, my beloved son, and my other precious son, as they had held each other's hands just like a family. They headed straight this way. Looking closer, I saw they were covered in a terrible amount of dirt and blood. I could tell in an instant that they had faced a danger greater than I imagined when I saw them off, and then I realized the reason why I couldn't intervene in the matters that transpired was because I had to fulfill my duty as the protector of this house, waiting for the return of my children.
まったくもう
I cannot believe you all. Honestly, they had me so worried. There were so many things I knew I had to say to them as their guardian. But before any of that,
私には母として
there's
伝える
something
べき言葉がある
I must say to them as their mother. When I said what I said to my children as they approached me
お
happily
帰り
was,
なさい
"Welcome home." That was all. For a moment it seemed they forgot their own age, smiling and answering back like children.
ただいま。
We're back. So happy and full of energy. But is it? But is it over? There were very few in the world that knew of the changes in the small country. Though the monsters ravaged the land, the sky still remained blue. Even after one young man's love came to fruition after several centuries, the sea still sparkled. It was true. The world was filled with much more stagnation than change. Okay, that's judgy. Even if something were to change, many didn't notice and simply accepted it. Those who knew and those who didn't. What was the difference between those two? It was impossible to give a clear answer to that question. And yet here I am. However, the person my nose is itching. Oh my god. The person in the country who felt the most that the world they lived in changed was Lucas. A girl who was now able to stand on her own feet and breathe with her own strength. She didn't remember much about the moment the country had changed. However, the fact that she was able to do things on her own now was the most remarkable change in the country apart from the color of one's particular flower. Spinel, can we really be that happy? Yeah, I don't think Spinel needed to die. I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't think we needed that. I don't think that was necessary. Why even have her? Why did they do this? The girl took in a deep breath, recalling the events from 5 years ago. Then she transformed her breath into words, pointed up at the sky. The hat, you dummy! And declared that she would live his share of life too, shouting the loudest she ever had in her life at the man of which not even his corpse remained.
四方を海と黒いリコリスに囲まれた小国この国で生まれ育った人間は長くとも23だが 若き王が生み出した人ならざる者により崩壊してから5年が経
Okay.
過した今
Everything
は
else was repeating, but now it's different. Things changed after 5 years ago when the Monstrous King, after the Monstrous King?
人々はいつか災いの黒い花が未来へ続く白い花に変わる日を
The people wait, hearing of stories about the day
伝
will
えられ
come.
た叙事詩を聞きながら待ちわびている。
And the black flowers of misfortune transformed into white flowers of the future. Liam Revpor exterminated the royal family and sought the same fate for the people. In his success, however, over half of the population died from the incident. Some might say it was a small price to pay. But it also brought about the release from the curse that had devoured this country. Reliver technology was no longer needed and thus sealed away. Current relivers were modified so that their emotions could be transferred fully. Using the cell of a normal human, they were updated to be able to age. After the turmoil caused by the royal family, Arpachal emulated other countries and became a democracy. Sheen, the talented scientist who created the vital antidote, became the representative of the new government to lead the people. As it happened in Sheen's route too. That happened in his route. My god. With my long hair and clothes dragging across the ground, I came out towards the ocean to look out at the outside world. In my hand was a pipe given to me by Tamaki. I lit its contents and sucked some air through it, slowly creating smoke, which rose high up into the sky.
最初は吸うたびにむせていたものだが、今ではすっかり慣れたものだ。
At first I choked every time I tried, but I've gotten used to it. Even now, Adolph still coughed on it, even though Adolph still coughed on it, even now, being the child that he was.
これもまた、私が得た唯一無二の変化なのだろう。
I suppose this is another change in myself I've discovered. Yesterday I tried telling Adolph of a fact he shouldn't know, and found my words weren't muffled and came out
世
surprisingly
界もきっ
clear.
と、アドルフとアンクーが別人になったと認めたのだろう。
I suppose even the universe has now acknowledged that Adolph and Ankou are two separate people. I didn't intend on discussing our future together with him.
もとより、変容した世界の未来なんて、教えたところで意味をなさな
There
い。
isn't even a point in thinking about the future of a world that's changed in the first
私の
place.
知るすべての知識はいつか事実ではなく想像に変わるだろう。
I'm sure the knowledge I have will someday change from being fact to imagination, but I was sure that was
知
fine.
らない可能性に私は救われたのだから。
I was saved from a possibility that I hadn't even known about after all. I put away the pipe and took out a drink I had been saving for a special occasion.
今度はあいつと彼女も一緒に連れてくる。
I'll bring both that guy and her to this place. There was no grave here. I was sure she would say she didn't need one considering her background. I looked out at the wide blue ocean from where she and my friend came.
乾杯。
Kumpai. Cheers. And simply poured the bottle into the sea.
さて、
That was one errand completed. Now I was headed off to my beloved. Dear gracious. Five years had passed. There were suddenly so many more children with nowhere to go, making management of the orphanage hectic. Oops, didn't mean to press it.
ああ、構わねえ。必要なもののリストをくれるか？
If you have time after this, can I ask you to do some shopping for Laurent? Yeah, sure. Could you write down a list that you need? Adolphe came to the orphanage more often than before, helping Salome and the other staff there.
はい、これお
Here,
願いね。
thank you.
今日の夜はお仕事ないのでしょ？だったら二人を連れてきて家族団らんの食事はどうかしら？
You don't have any work tonight, right? Then how about bringing those two here and having a meal together as a
そう
family?
だな。見かけたら声をかけとく。
I'll ask if I see them around.
もっともあいつはお前だけは来なくていいとか言い出すだろうが。
Though I'm sure he'll tell me I don't need to join.
あなたとあの子は本当に仲良しね。
You and he get along so well
実
together.
質双子のようなものだから、当然といえば当然なのかしら。
You're essentially twins, so I suppose that's only natural.
おぞましいことを言わないでくれ。あいつと仲良くなった覚えはない。
Please don't say something so upsetting. I've never gotten along with him. Salome smiled at how embarrassed Adolphe was getting.
施設のことで他に困ってることはないか？
Is there anything else troubling you at the orphanage?
大丈夫よ。イブさんやマティス君たちも手伝いに来てくれてい
I'm
るから。
fine. Eves and Mathis often come by to help
リュ
after
カ
all.
先生もあのろくでなしによる治療が近いうちに終わるようだしね。
Even Lucas's treatment from that bastard should be over soon.
そうか。
I see. Adolphe gave a smile as he brushed his hand against Laurent, who seemed ready to
墓
go.
参りは？行くなら乗せていく。
Do you need to visit the grave? I'll take you if you want to
昨日
go.
言ったから大丈夫。
I went yesterday. I'm fine.
でもあの子は自分の存在に気づかなかった母を恨んでいるかしら。
I wonder if that boy held a grudge against his mother for not knowing who he was. Salome muttered as she thought about the small rock devoid of any engravings that was set in the castle. She felt she was ready for anything when she heard who the supporter truly was. But she couldn't help but sob and feel deep regret at what happened at the castle. Regret for never knowing that the son she loved still existed.
さあな。あいつの感情を俺たちが理解することはできな
We
い。
can't understand what he
だ
felt.
が少なくとも俺はあんたが母親でよかったよ。
But at the very least, I'm glad you were my mother.
ありがとう、アドルフ。
Thank you, Adolphe. The crying mother still desperately endured to live on, supported by her children who were still
落
alive.
ち込んでいても仕方ないわよね。ソシリは冥界に落ちた後、あの子と再会してから受けます。
There's no use being sad over it, though. I'll take whatever blame he has for me once I'm sent to Hades
だ
as
から
well.
私のことは心配しないで。いってらっしゃい。
Don't worry about me and be
今
off.
日も普通の日常を。
Cherish
大切にしてね。
another day of normal life.
ああ、行ってきます。
Yeah, I'm off. The most warped country in the world would soon become a place like any other. And though it would bring in various cultures from other lands and change,
リコリスと星の美しさだけは。
I'm sure the beauty of the Lycoris and the stars will never change. To protect the beauty was my role now as a police officer. Oh, okay.
この国は死神に見入られていた。
The land was possessed by
この
death.
国は死に勝利した国である。
This land won against death.
人々は呪いに抗い、希望と共に生き続けることを選
Its
択
people
した。
struggled against its curse and chose to live with hope in their hearts.
かつて死に翻弄される人間たちをあざけりながら
And death,
眺め続けていた死神は
which had once tormented people, laughed as it watched them in pain. What? Blossomed proudly along the white lycris, the symbol of their salvation.
今年も見事に咲き誇ったな。
They're really in bloom this year
彼女
too.
がいるとしたら大好きなここだと思うのだが。
I know she loves it here, but where could she? Ankou!
おっと。
She got a costume change. About time. I jumped onto my beloved who was standing in the middle of the flower field. As he caught me, he was unable to fully stop me and let me spin around him.
すっかりおてんばになったな、姫君。
You've become quite wild, dear princess. He squeezed me back with joy. I just couldn't help myself once I saw you. It's been exactly 5 years since then, hasn't it?
ああ、彼女への祈りと漂流者への墓参りもちょうど今済ませたよ。
Yes, I just finished visiting her. Praying to her and visiting the drifter's grave. 5 years had passed. Arpachel inched ever closer to the normalcy that Dahat had hoped for. This was thanks to the antibodies in Ankou's body and some of Eve's blood that the roots of the Lycoris had happened to absorb. Sheen used them to develop an antidote that could fight the toxins. He had distributed the antidote across the country in a form of a mist and finally released the land from the curse of death. Perhaps the toxins being purged from the country took effect. The black Lycorises began to return to their original color. Most of them were now either red or white. But the field in which Ankou and I first met had changed. The Lycorises you planted are really pretty. While that was happening, my body was still transforming into an immortal monster from my rampant mutating cells. But Ankou had won against Dahat and managed to change my body back to normal using the heart from the mutant. I was uneasy at first, not sure if my body really did return to normal. But after 5 years had passed and I became an adult, I was sure it was fine now. Sheen also determined that my allopathy had also
君
disappeared.
が素敵な大人の女性になったと、これでもかというほど自慢してきた。
I was telling them how much of a beautiful woman you've
漂
become.
流者は愛妻家だったから、私の妻の方が魅力的だと対抗してくるかもしれないが。
The drifter in particular loved his wife so much, so I'm sure that he would have argued his was much more charming. Oh, Ankou. I was happy but a little uneasy. Even when I grow old, will you still be able to say the same thing?
当然だとも。君がどのような姿になろうと、この思いが揺らぐことはない。
My feelings will never change no matter how much you might look. As Ankou declared his stance, I saw that unlike me, he hadn't changed at all in these 5 years. He was able to stop his body from eroding away. Imagine calling aging eroding. I'm just eroding. Concluded the fixing his mortality was impossible. Ankou himself was ready to live on, not as a human but as the watchman.
姫君、どうかしたのかい？
Princess, is something the matter? Ankou gazed at me as I stood in silence. It's not that I don't believe you. I'm just a bit scared. Not of growing old, but of leaving you alone after I die. My future was able to change thanks to Ankou's efforts, but this fact wouldn't change. Even after Ankou had finally been released from his solitude after so long, I would force him to have to part with the woman he loved. He'll just drown with you. My breath spilled out from the sides of my lips as he suddenly kissed me. It was a gentle kiss that seemed to burn hot in contrast to his actual body temperature. Listen, am I happy? I'm not really sure. I mean, it's beautiful. This is great. I waited a long time for this. A very long time. Why did we have Spinel? Why was Spinel in this story? Ankou looked at me in my surprise with his red eyes, colored not like blood, but the red
君
lycorises.
の不安は痛いほどわかる。
I know your fear so well it hurts.
私もその未来を想像し、あるいは思い出し、何度も泣き叫びそうになった。
I imagine that future and even remember the past where it happened, and find myself wanting to scream and cry
君
even
が
now.
死ぬ瞬間をもう一度目にしてしまったら、私はきっと
If I were to witness you
絶望す
dying
るだろう。
once more, I'm sure I would fall into despair. To Ankou, who has already experienced losing those he considered dear, I wouldn't force optimism and tell him that things would be okay. Knowing the despair of leaving those you love behind and the despair of being left
それ
behind.
でも、それを覚悟した上で、私は君と生きていきた
I
い。
want to live with you knowing what will
生き
happen.
て、何百、何千、何万回と
I want to live for hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years
こ
more.
の白いリコリスの花畑を君と一緒に見つめていたいんだ。
Gazing out at these fields of white lycorises with you. In his eyes was hope that I shared the same sentiment. It's not fair. If you say things like that, it just makes me want to be with you even more. I comforted myself by resting my cheek against his body. My soul and body are no longer that of death. But will you still allow me to be yours?
ああ、
Of course.
私の大切な
My dear Leah.
大切な君へ改めて愚かな死の番人から
My beloved, the foolish watchman would like to ask you once
数
more.
百年の思いを込めたこの白き花畑をどうか受け取ってほしい。
Accept this field of white flowers filled with my feelings for you over the past 100 years. A confession filled with centuries of his feelings. Before I knew it, I had forgotten all about the despair of the future. They're so pretty. Thank you, Ankou. I love you. This time he didn't surprise me. We kissed each other together, seeking out each other's warmth. I savored Ankou's beating pulse that would continue on for an eternity and wished deeply to make him happy because he was so
ありが
special.
と
Thank you,
う。
Leah.
私も君のことをこの終わらぬ命にかけて
I will
愛している。
spend this endless life of mine in love with you.
君だけの死の番人いや死神として
I'm the watchman of death. Death itself who belongs
い
only
つ
to
か
you.
微笑んでいく君を見とるとここに誓おう。
I promise you now that I will care for you as you leave this world smiling. As he smiled proudly, the stars and the Lycoris sparkled as if to support him as well.
たとえ君に置いて
I
いか
can
れよう
speak.
と
It's not very well.
私は君との愛を忘れず自分と誰かに語り続けよう。
Even when you leave me, I will never forget my love for you. I will continue sharing it with myself and
た
others.
とえそれが永遠に続くことになったとしても
Even if it continues for all of eternity. In essence,
永
this
遠の
was
救済にたどり着いた物語。
the story of how I was offered eternal salvation.
君と私が紡ぐリコリスの女児詩だ。
An epic about Lycoris written by me and you. Oh my god. Great, thank you.
長い長い旅だった。私が失った少女でないと理解していてもアンクーとして君に惹かれていく自分を否定できなかった。今こそ万感の思いを込め君へこの言葉を 生き抜いてくれてありがとう。君とたどり着いたこの白き救済の未来を君と共に永劫愛し続けよう。
It was a long, very long journey. I knew you were not the girl I lost, yet I could not deny that I, as Ankou, fell for you. Now I can say with all my heart, thank you for surviving. I promise to love you for all eternity in this white future of salvation that we finally attained. Don't you dare do this to me. Yoshi! Okay, now we go back here. Because we're never actually done. You think you're done, but you're actually not done. Oh my gosh. How long will this take? We'll find out. Right now. Okay, did I still have the window open? Okay. I think I remember, I just don't want to do it wrong because I will cry. We could use her help. And then we go to the future. And then we go, once upon a time, Eves told me a story. And then, I guess, I don't know, actually. Oh, wait, am I wrong? I won't get in the way. Wait, have I gone too far? Oh, wait, I think I went to the wrong one. I think I did it wrong. I think that was the other ending I already got. So just here, Eves told me a story. So I think that's at a pure white nightmare, which I've already seen. Very common save file, optional to unlock. Please. Please? It's just the loading. I like that the loadings where I'm at, there's a little loading logo. I swear it's doing stuff, I think. Tell me I did it right. Please. It's 11 o'clock at night. We're surviving. We're making it. Honestly, we got a bunch of CGs at once, which was nice. It's nice. I missed it. Oh my goodness. Tomorrow's going to be 93 degrees. High five if you live in Arizona. Still loading. Still loading.
Watashi ga ikita sekai ga kimi ni yorisotte kureru.
The world I've lived through is starting to revolve around you, but instead of despair, I felt with her before.
さようならだ。私の愛しい同胞。君が普通の人生を駆け抜けた時は。
Goodbye, my beloved partner. Once you have traveled your journey in
ま
life,
た死の番人として君の魂を冥界から迎えに行こう。
that's weird. I shall come to guide your soul to Hades as the watchman of death. I held on to hope, taking my final steps forward.
ああ。だがただ一つ。
But one thing
優
bothers
し
me.
すぎる君が泣いてしまわないかだけが
I'm just
心配
worried
だ。
I might make you cry, especially after our short journey together, where we were finally able to laugh and smile with love. Finally making it to the audience room, I found the space there eerily silent. Beyond the throne, I saw Dahak covering something with his now lifeless body. Ankou? I called out his name, but there was no answer. In its place were fragments at my feet of what looked like snow. And within them were beautiful blue stones. They were shining artifacts he received once from the deceased Leah. He continued to protect their bond with each other even after being eaten by the mutant. The remnants of the mutant fluttered down like snow. The fact that these artifacts were on the ground meant one thing. Ankou. I grasped the earrings and cried, unable to hold back my sobbing tears. Tears fell from me like a crying child. Why? Even until his very last moment, he refused to think of himself at all, and died in order to prioritize Leah. Idiot, you idiot! I didn't need to become a normal human again. Even if I become an undying monster, I just wanted to be with you. Why couldn't he understand how I felt? I looked up towards the strange noise. It was the last organ the mutant left while it was alive. The heart necessary to return to being human. Dragging my body across the floor, I picked up the heart. With this blood-red object, I was sure I would be able to live like a normal human, just as Ankou wished. She squished it, right? A future like that. I don't want it. I smashed the symbol of my own salvation and decided to leave, carrying only a small piece of it with me. I was sure whoever Dahat tried to save would be found by Eves and the others when they came looking for me. I had one objective in mind. I had to go to Sheen. Not to turn me back into a human, but to turn me into a mortal being who still had my mind, so I could become a true partner of Ankou. I'll never accept a world like this. This would be a world that wouldn't allow him to live, should be utterly destroyed without question. The death that took him from me, the curse, and whoever was responsible. One day I'll kill them all. Hey, he said that first. I remember. That was why, wait for me, Ankou, the true form of death will be coming to you. I chose to walk the same path as he did. Call that Uno reverse, if you will. I guess I'll put an after credits remark on it. That was a much shorter version. Oh.
ここが大昔のアルペシエル。
So this is how Arpichel used to look.
今から俺がこの国きっと。
I'll save her. And she's like, actually, don't do that.
すっかりこれじゃ俺が。
I found the path to save her, but something was missing. A sense of loneliness came over me, as if I needed just one more thing in order to save her. You there? Are you in trouble? Allow me to help you. Oh, she's so cute! What the heck? Oh my gosh. I need to see her full outfit. Oh my goodness, what the heck? That's my favorite CG now.
あんたは
Who
誰だ?
are you? I am the one who guides the souls of the departed from this land to Hades. I am Death Incarnate. As a showing of gratitude for planting the Lycoris to reduce the unnatural deaths here, I'll aid you in granting a wish of yours.
死神。そんな
Death?
バカな。
That's ridiculous. You don't believe me? Then as proof, allow me to tell you every detail of your travels and your past, as I've been watching you all this time. If even that isn't enough...
傷が勝手に塞がって。
Your wound's already healed. So do you believe me now?
本物の死神。願い。それなら。
A wish. In that case,
助けたい女がいる。
there's a girl I want to save.
心から愛してる女なんだ。 絶望させたまま死なせたくない。
She's a girl I love from the bottom of my heart, and I don't want her to die in despair.
くれるか。
Will you help me? Can't you not recognize her? But of course. I acknowledge your acceptance, and now our contract has been formally put into place. From now on, you and I share a common destiny. No matter what hardships await, I vow to stay by your side. Let us embark on this story together to save your beloved. This was the beginning of our endless story that would repeat itself again and again. The future would change, sending us through its twists and turns, dropping us to our next despair. But beyond all that, I want this world to become one where you're given at least a little more. I wouldn't allow for anything else. Come now, let us be off to a journey that will become our new story. The epic of the Lycoris would meet its end. And at that end of that journey, the one with you does not need to be me, the one who was once named Leah. Bet, I'll take it.
孤独になると思ってたたびに、あんたみたいな連れができるとは。
I'm gonna say it. He should recognize her.
俺の目的は変わらない。あいつを救い、幸せな未来へ送り届けること。なんだか不思議だ。あんたとどこかで会ったことがあるような気がする。
She stole your outfit. She's like, I'm you now. I never expected to find a friend like you on this lonely journey, but my objective hasn't changed. I'm going to save her and lead her to a happy future. It's strange though, I feel like I've met you before. Oh, so weird. Let's go over here. Let's just get an idea of where we're at. Okay, missing one photo. Okay, I know where it's at. I think. Oh god. Got all of these ones. Okay, great. No. Okay. Okay, this should be the last one. We should be so close. I don't know how long this will be because life is like this. Oh, that's just the way it is. La. Coda, Ankou. Salut. It's beautiful. I love it. Oh no. Oh god, how long is this gonna be? Oh no. Wait, I didn't get the screenshot I wanted.
変わらないことがありえない世界。
The world where nothing remained the same.
それは長い旅路を終えた旅人も例外ではなく。
This was true for everyone, even a traveler returning from a long trip with no exception.
彼がもう一度たどった道は変化と困難にあふれていた。
The road which he followed once more overflowed with change and strife.
その変化を喜ぶか、あるいは絶望するか。
Would that change please him, or would it cause him only despair?
それを決めるのは世界ではなく、
But
彼
that...
自身だ。
I can mark off the new ending. Hang on, I can actually mark something off on my book for the first time in a while. It's been so long. Hot dog. Is there one more story we're missing? I'll check when we're done. But that wasn't for the world to decide, it was for him alone. Oof. The weather was perfect today. In the sunny garden, the grass was happily sunbathing. The voice of the playing children could be heard echoing around. As I listened to their wonderful voices, I simmered the potatoes and carrots in a white stew sauce. It's finished! My signature stew was complete. I took some in a small bowl to taste it, and it's delicious. Serving this to everyone would make them happy, especially him since he loved this stew. Leah.
今日も子供たちのために張り切っているようだね。
It seems that you're once again doing your best for the children today. A pair of slender hands came around my waist and gently embraced me from behind. Welcome back, Ankou. How were things at the other orphanage?
全く問題なかったよ。アドルフがシスターを手伝っているから人手も足りているらしい。
This is his after story for the story we just did, isn't it? It's the only way it makes sense. There's no problem at all. Adolphe was lending Mother a hand, so they had more than enough help.
ただ、
But
君がいなくて寂しいと子供たちが何度も訴えていた。今度時間があるときに顔を見せに行ってやるといい。
The children were going on and on about how lonely they were without you. You should visit soon if you find the time. Is that so? Then I'll have to make some of my stew when I visit them. The sensation of his cheek moving closer was as ticklish as it was lovely. When I put down my bowl and turned around, Ankou was standing there in clothes that I made for him. Ankou, you've really gotten used to living in this country, haven't you?
君をはじめとした皆のおかげさ。本当なら年を取らない男など迫害されて当然だろうに。
It's thanks to everyone, especially you. The truth is, everyone would be up in arms if they learned that I did not age.
なんとか国民からうまくごまかす方法を考えてくれているから。ありがたいことだ。
But you all came up with ways to deceive the public somehow. I'm grateful for that. I suppose that's true, but even if anyone discovered that you were immortal, we would protect you no matter what. We wouldn't let you be harassed.
ありがとう。我が姫君は本当に勇敢だね。
Thank you, my dear princess.
改めて
Is
惚れ
so
直してし
brave.
まいそうだ。
I feel like I've fallen deeper in love. As Ankou smiled kindly, I noticed a glimmer. His protective blue stone earring glittering as they caught the light. Oh, look at these flowers. 5 years had passed since Arpachel went through the incident that almost led it to its collapse. Even though there were many sacrifices, the country that saw its curse broken was now experiencing an era of peace. The citizens who survived the horrors eagerly awaited the beautiful moments when the white lycorices bloomed across the country. Even I, who became an immortal monster due to my abnormal cells running wild, somehow returned to my original self and was able to come home to Mother. I was now in charge of another newly built orphanage, and along with my lover Ankou raised children that had nowhere to go. Having decided to become the storyteller of Arpachel, Ankou's stories had become very popular with the children. Lunch is ready! Yay!
たくさん走り回ったから僕もうお腹ペコペコ。
I've been running around all day. I'm starving. All the children showed up covered in mud and sand after I called them over.
今日もやんちゃをしたようだね。昼食を食べる前に一度着替えた方がいい。
You are all
今
quite
す
the
ぐ服を持
handful.
ってくるから先に手を洗っておいで。
It would be best to change before lunch. Wash your hands. I will bring you clothes.
はーい。
Yay! Nodding at Ankou's words, the children ran, frolicking in the direction of the well. You're so good with the children.
最初は苦労したものだがね。何度この髪をおもちゃにされたことか。
It's something I struggled with at first. My hair is often treated like a rope. It's because your hair is so beautiful that the children want to touch it. I softly ran my fingers through the long, swaying hair of the man who had become the guardian of the children here. It's growing long again, hasn't it? Should I trim it a bit tonight?
ああ、頼むよ。さすがに髪を引きずったまま街は歩けない。
If you would please, I can't walk around the town with my hair dragging behind me.
しかし、この前切ったばかりだというのに、ある意味これが一番不便だな。
But you just cut my hair a few days ago. To some degree, this has to be the most inconvenient thing. You're right, let's cut it way shorter then, and then it grows in a few days. Oh, all the things changing in Arpachel. Only Ankou, the person who swore to spend his life with me, remained forever immortal. Even Sheen claimed that it would be impossible to return him to his human form. Ankou himself had said that he was confronted his immortality and made peace with it. Sometimes it worries me that when I die, Ankou will face a future of despair. He said he was prepared for such a future. But I'm not prepared for it. Is there anything I can leave with him as Leah? It was something that I had been thinking about since I began living with him. We didn't have any other errands to run, and the children were being taken care of by another teacher today. We made our way together to the Lycoris field we treasured. Then I once again offered a prayer at the grave of one of Ankou's dear friends, the Drifter. The Drifter, Tamaki, I'm sure he is so glad that this country's curse has been broken. Yes, I'm sure. Ankou took out from his pocket the tobacco pipe that he showed me before.
これも
I received
玉
this
木か
from
ら
him.
もらったものなんだ。
This too was something I received from
最初は
him.
私も吸うたびにむせていたものだが、今となってはすっかり愛好しているよ。
At first, even I coughed every time I smoked, but I have become quite fond of it now. It's true, you've been smoking quite often when the children and I aren't around. I understand that you're thinking of our well-being, but even if it's just once, I would like to see what you look like when you use it.
そんなにかい？普通のタバコを吸う姿と特に差異はないと思うのだが。
Do you really want to see that? I don't think there's anything particular to see, but Ankou unexpectedly looked at his pipe. I do, because I think it really suits you.
わかった。君の健康を考えれば長くは無理だが、今度一瞬だけなら見せてあげよう。
Very well, a full display would be out of the question, but if it's just a moment, I'll show you. Thanks, I look forward to it. As I smiled softly, happy at the peaceful exchange I had with Ankou, a gust of wind blew by, and with it petals from the white lycras flew towards the sea. It was a sight you only could see at night. Its beauty reminded me of the starry sky. We were drawn in by the scene and walked down to the sea. This place seemed lonely at first glance. This is the spot where we met Spinel for the first time. Yes. At the same time, this was also the place where Ankou mourned for her. That's a thing we do. Spinel meant a lot to me as well, and her death was a shock not only for Ankou, but for Adolphe as well after he heard everything that happened. Ankou said that the time we spent with her was too short to call her by her original name. That was why he made a point to continue referring to her by name. That was what the secret-keeping Spinel would have wanted. We stared at the distant sea and brought her and listened to the sound of the waves. Shall we bring some drinks for next time? We can invite Adolphe too. I rested my head on Ankou's shoulder. In response, he wrapped his arm around my shoulder. He kissed my ear. That tickles. What's gotten into you all of a sudden?
何？私より君の方が悲しそうな顔をしていたものだから。
You were looking more sad than I was.
彼女も悲しい顔よりは笑顔を浮かべてくれた方が喜ぶと思うのだが。
I think she'd be
どうだ
happier
ろう？
if you were smiling instead of looking so down, don't you think? You're right. I lowered my brows and stared at the sea as I moved closer to Ankou. Thank you. You taught me so many things and helped me so many times. Now I'm living with Ankou in this country blessed with the beautiful lycras flowers and starry skies. Those painful memories, a dear person who wouldn't ever come back. She taught me that was my normal life. It was just like the sea before my eyes, even now it was forever and expanding. One of the places that had changed with time was the orphanage where I once lived with Mother. Stemming from the fact that I took charge of another orphanage and had to move away, the others who went through those events had been coming by regularly to lend a hand. Of course, they also came to visit the children we cared for at the orphanage. Among those that visited, Adolphe came by especially often.
そうか。スピネルの眠る海に行ったのか。
I see, you went to the seaside where Spinel's resting.
あいつも、お前らが幸せそうに暮らしていることに満足しているだろう。
She would be happy to know that you two are leading a happy life together. I think so. Next time, let's visit her together. I helped with the children's meal, and after making sure they ate everything, the family got together and we had a heartfelt dinner.
あら、それなら私も一緒にいいかしら。
May I visit next time as well?
彼女には挨拶をするどころか、あなたたちがお世話になったお礼すらできなかったんだもの。
I didn't even get a chance to thank her for taking care of you all, let alone properly meet her.
世話の礼？シスター、我々はもう子供ではないのだが、私に至っては500歳以上だよ。
Thank her for Sister Salome, none of us are children. I myself am over 500 years old. Ankou, who was sitting next to me, seemed embarrassed to be treated as a child.
何百年何千年経とうが、あなたたちはいつまでも私の大切な子供よ。
Whether you are 100 or 1,000 years past, you are still my dear child.
寂しいわ。すっかりマムと呼んでくれなくなったわね。
It's a shame you can't call me mother like you used to.
あ、いや、呼びたくないわけではないのだが、やはり今更という気持ちが抜けなくてね。
It isn't that I don't want to, but I can't shake the feeling that it's too late.
若造と同時に呼んだ時などは判別がつきづらいだろうし。
It's difficult to distinguish who you're addressing when you speak to me or the brat.
お前はいい加減、俺を妙な故障で呼ぶのをやめたらど
Cut
う
it
だ？
out, will you? Stop calling me weird
俺が
names.
もう30になるってこと忘れてるんじゃねえだろうな。
Have you forgotten that I'm already 30?
こら、二人とも。テーブルの下でお互いの足を踏むんじゃないの。
Stop it, you two. I won't have you fighting at the dinner table. But it's true that Adolphe's grown up to be a great man. When do you think you can stop calling him a brat?
ではまた別の故障を考えるとしよ
う。Fine, I'll come up with a different name for him.
名前で呼べば済む話だって言ってんだろうが。5年前は普通に呼んでたくせに。
We already just talked about how you can call me by my actual name. This wasn't an issue 5 years ago.
私の子供たちは今日も賑やかね。
My children are still lively as ever. Mother watched with a smile at the exchange as the exchange had seemingly become friendly
アドル
again.
フ、最近はどう？
How have you been, Adolphe?
治安は悪くないそうだけど、リライバー技術の復活を求める団体が各地で騒ぎを起こしているんですって。
Public order doesn't seem bad, but I heard the group demanding the revival of reliver technology is causing an uproar everywhere.
ああ、大丈夫だ。騒ぎといっても軽い小競り合いで、怪我人は出てねえからな。
It's been fine. The uproar has been minor scuffles with no one being injured.
内乱を起こそうとしてるらしいこの衛兵の残党も近いうちに拘束する予定になってる。
The former royal guard members who tried to cause a civil war are also scheduled to be detained
そう
soon.
ならいいけれど。
That's good to hear. It wasn't going to be easy to do away with the technology that was extended at everyone's life. Yeah, but I mean, Adolphe was working with the police. As for the previous corps, it had been an independent organization composed of volunteers. Now, in place of the Royal Guard, a new law enforcement system was modeled after those found in other countries. They worked to prevent crimes and carried the responsibilities of arresting criminals when necessary. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Arpichel of today was enjoying its peace thanks to their efforts.
王政が廃さ
Pick
れ
it
よ
up,
う
we'll never
と
know.
衰えぬ肉体に執着する輩はいるのだね。
Even if the monarchy was abolished, there are still those clinging to its remains. That's true. At the mention of monarchy, Mother made a sigh, slightly concerned face. It's okay, Mother. Ankou and I both understand that you're completely different from those people.
その通り。そもそも今のあなたはシスター・サロメとして生きているのだろう。
Indeed, you've been living as Sister Salome all these years, haven't you?
レーブ・ポワール家の末路とは無関係のはずだ。
You've had no relationship with the Repor family at
ラ
all.
ハとのことは複雑だろうが、責任を抱え込むような真似だけはしないでくれ。
Things were complicated with Dahat, but please don't act as if you were responsible for everything that happened.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
サロメとして生きると決めたことで、あの子の母を堂々と名乗れなくなったのは辛いけれど。
I decided to live as Sister Salome, but it's painful that I can no longer call myself his mother.
それが無力な私に課せられた罰だと受け入れることにします。
I've accepted that as a punishment imposed on me for my incompetence. Mother smiled with a tour of relief in her expression. Christine Repor, the benevolent ruler who was mentioned in the records we found in the castle library, for such a person of nobility to be the mother who raised us all didn't feel real. But at the same time, what a convenience. I could easily believe that this wonderful, kind person was the former queen. Dahat Liam didn't know until the end that his mother had changed her appearance and was still among the living. He didn't know, period, in this reality. Did that fact come as a relief to him, or perhaps? We returned to our place, and after putting the children to bed, by nearly destroying everything, Dahat reformed this country's ethics and values. Nadia's treatment also went well. Maybe things have gone in a way that would have pleased him.
そればかりはさすがに冥界で彼と語らわなければわからないね。
To find out if that's true, you would need to go find him in Hades. We sat in bed talking as we usually did before going to sleep.
だから姫君が気にすることではない。
That is why, my princess, it is nothing for you to worry about.
ただ、彼が残酷な使命を成し遂げようとした歴史は覚えておくべきだと思う。
The cruel mission he attempted to carry out should be history we never knew
同
about.
じ
We
過
never
ちを
forgot.
この国が繰り返さないためにも。
This country must never repeat the mistakes of the past. You're right. I'm now an adult who needs to protect the children. To make sure they don't go down the wrong path, we need to make sure to teach them this country's history and way of life. Ankou kissed me on the cheek as if rewarding my renewed motivation.
私も共にその道を歩もう。君との普通の人生を守っていくためにも。
I'll join you on this journey. It would serve to protect our normal life together as well. Thanks, Ankou. To return the favor, I gave Ankou a kiss this time.
甘える時の君は子猫のようだ。
You're as cute as a kitten when you kiss me. That's something you would say. We touched our faces together as we laughed like a perfectly matched couple. The next day, while shopping at the marché, I noticed two figures walking towards us. Hello, Mathis. Jean, are you two out shopping?
はい。僕は新しい原稿用紙を買いに。
I came
じゃ
to
あ
buy more writing paper and Jean.
シアン様から大量にパンの買い出しを命じられまして、見ての通りのありさまです。
I was ordered to buy a large amount of bread by Monsieur Brophy, a great deal of it, as you can see. Jean explained as he let out a sigh he was indeed carrying a lot of things. Running errands for Sheen does seem like a tough job. Jean, who was the culprit behind the missing prostitutes, not Don't say it like that. The murdered prostitutes. He had murdered them all. When the truth came out, it wasn't wrong to expect him to be executed for his crimes. It was thanks to his position in the Clyde family and his excellent translation skills that he managed to survive. I heard that in exchange for being spared from execution, he was helping Sheen with his research and legislative duties. When I saw him the other day, he said that he would rather have been executed. It seemed that helping Sheen was even tougher than it looked. Of course, I had my reservations about him, but I didn't feel the need to avoid him. Mostly because Mathis wished to spend every day with him. He threw away the name Camille and lived as Jean the butler.
シアンさんには僕も体の調整というか治療ですごくお世話になりました。
Sheen has also been helping a lot with my physical modifications, or rather my treatment.
今度お礼をしに行こうと思ってるんですが、その時はあなたも一緒にどうですか？
I've been thinking of going to thank him. Would you like to come with me, Leah? Yeah, I'd like that. I'll ask Ankou to join us too. That reminds me, has writing your novel been going
はい、
well?
つい昨日新しい短編を書き終えたばかりなんです。
Yes, in fact, yesterday I finished writing a short story. His eyes glowing with excitement, Mathis told us about his work as a novelist, which he did alongside working as a translator.
内容はまだ秘密ですが、形になったらあなたも読んでくれると嬉しいです。
The story is still a secret, but once it starts taking form, I would be happy if you could read it, Leah. Seeing how cheerful Mathis was taking it was hard to believe he was so shy. Of course, I'll look forward to it. The stories you compose with endless possibilities. They're saved my heart and given me strength. They're really wonderful. Having told him the true feelings, Mathis's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. I was saved by the many people that I met during the incident that occurred 5 years ago. Not just my life, but my heart as well. That was why I planned on repaying their kindness and in the many ways, many years to come. To atone for my sins, I would face my everyday existence just like him. Damn.
こんにちは。今日も元気そうで何よりです。
Hello, Leah. I'm glad to see you're doing well today. Thanks, Lucas. Hello, Lucas. I came again today to see how the children are doing. On the way back home from the marché, I decided to stop by the hospital to see how the children were.
ありがとうございます。子供たちはいつも君の訪問を楽しみにしているので。
Thanks for coming. The children look forward to your visits. I'm happy to spend time with them too. Did Nadia come with you today? As I asked, I recalled the face of the friend I saw a few days ago.
いいえ、残念ながら今日は教会へ顔を出しています。
No, unfortunately, she is spending time at the church today.
1ヶ月に一度の大掃除だそうで、そのお手伝いをしてくると。
They're having a big monthly cleaning. She mentioned that she was going to help.
私も共に行ければよかったのですが、入院している元信者の皆さんからの相談があったものですから。
I'm yawning so much. I wish I could have joined her, but I was asked to meet the former followers that have been hospitalized. Nadia spends a lot of time with the church, perhaps praying for Dahat to rest in peace.
ええ。支援者であった彼に対し、私も複雑な気持ちはありますが、
I have mixed feelings towards him since he turned out to be the
ナ
supporter.
ディアの友を思う気持ちを否定する理由にはなりません。
I can't deny Nadia's affection for her friend on that basis. Having said that, Lucas, who was surpassing the age of 23, gave me a gentle smile. The hospital that had served as the front for the society was now being ran by the government. Of course, the former doctors were replaced along with the experimental and illegal underground research facility. In the end, all outsiding issues related to the society were resolved, or at least seemed that way. "5 years have passed, but we still don't know Capuchin's whereabouts." No. Upon hearing the fake minister's name, Lucas's expression clouded. I thought I was gonna sneeze. Didn't sneeze. Upon hearing blah blah blah, it was natural that he still felt angry and resentment towards Capuchin for taking his sister hostage and injecting him with drugs. Lucas didn't make excuses for his sins either, acknowledging that he had always acted on his own
何で
biases.
も地下通路にアンクーさんたちが突入したと同時に姿をくらませた
I heard he disappeared the moment Ankou and the others stormed the underground passage.
彼のことです。命惜しさに一人で逃げ出した可能性もありますが
There's a possibility he fled alone for fear of his life,
これば
but
かりは神のみぞ知る
that's something only
ですね。
God knows. I agree. Even now, it seems that the police regularly conduct searches for him, but for some reason, I had the feeling he would never be found. After reading 2 picture books with the children at the hospital, I walked back to the orphanage. I stayed a little longer than I expected. I need to hurry back. When I arrived at the orphanage, I heard the cries of a young kid. I quickly dropped my things and ran towards the source.
大丈夫だ。血は出ているが、ちゃんと手当てをすればすぐに治る。
Not to worry, it may be bleeding now, but with proper care, it will heal in no time. I found Ankou soothing the crying child who was sitting on the floor. What happened, you two? I rushed over to them and looked at the boy in the eyes.
追いかけっこしてたら転んじゃって膝がすごく痛いんだ。
I fell down when I was playing tag and hurt my knee.
傷こそ服で見えないが、なかなか派手にすりむいてしまったようでね。
His clothes are covering the injury, but it seems he scraped his knee rather badly. I see. Seeing how much the boy was crying meant it must be quite the scrape, or he's just dramatic. I mean, 2 things can be true, but I'll bring over water and some ointment. Moving his pant leg might hurt. Do you think you could cut the fabric around his knee? Ankou nodded.
でもこの服先生が作ってくれた大事な。
But these pants, you made them for me and they're my favorite. Don't worry, I'll patch them up so that you can wear them again, okay? Give me a quick moment, I'll be back. After drawing clean water and retrieving the first aid kit, Ankou was carefully cut the portion of the fabric that covered the boy's knee with his trusted dagger. I looked over the injury and gently cleared away the blood with some water at the wrong button. Now we'll treat it so it can heal quickly. I'll have to apply some ointment on it, which may sting a tiny bit. Do you think you can hang in there? Good. How brave! I'll make your favorite meal for dinner tomorrow. After patting the boy on the head, I quickly began the treatment. Lastly, after wrapping the bandage carefully so as not to catch it on his clothes, there, we're all done now.
よく泣かずに我慢できたね。さすがは男の子だ。
You managed not to cry at all. You've grown so strong. The boy wiped away his tears and jumped up to his own feet.
このまま服を着替えさせてくる。姫君、すまないがそこの短剣を部屋にしまっておいてくれるかい？
Let's get you changed now, my dear princess. I ask you to put away my dagger in my room? Of course. I watched Ankou take the boy to change. I returned the medicine to the box and put the bloody towels in a bag to wash. Lastly, I collected the dagger Ankou had left behind. Come to think of it, Ankou's dagger is something the past me gave to Adolf, right? I caught a glimpse of it 5 years ago, but I hadn't taken a closer look. For that reason, I was somewhat curious about it. Upon further inspection, a weird feeling came over me. I drew the blade. From the shape and the angle of the blade to the area where it was chipped, it was identical to the one I gave him. But something feels off. Oh, the pattern was different. It was slightly different compared to the one I gave Adolf. Why? There wasn't a chance I was misremembering. When I was little, I looked for something that suited him, and after days of stressful searching, this dagger is what I ended up finding. That means my heart made a strange sound, an ominous feeling inside of me. 5 years, I'd had this vague feeling. I never expected that I would be confirmed like this. I knew it. The first Leah, Ankou, lost, and I are not the same. Might be two different people who only resemble each other. Five days had passed since the discovery that left me feeling so conflicted.
おはよう。今日は休みだろう。よければ一緒にリコリスの花園にでも。
Good morning, Leah. Today is your day off, right? Why don't you visit the Lycoris fields? I instantly averted my eyes from Ankou as he invited me on a date. Sorry, I have plans to meet some people today.
おや、そうなのか。私としたことが出遅れてしまったな。
Is that so? It seems I was too slow to ask.
私のことは気にせず、楽
Don't
しん
mind
でおい
me.
で。
Please, enjoy yourself. Okay, thank you. Even though I was feeling guilty considering he had invited me out, I got ready, and after talking to the teachers in charge today, I left for the town. I had promised to visit Eve's handyman business, Karun. The owner, Eves, and his business partner, Hugo, welcomed me cheerfully when I arrived for the visit in the morning. As for why I had visited these two,
アンクーが体験してきた前の歴史にいた自分をどう思うか。
you're asking me what we think of the versions of us in the past that Ankou interacted with?
なかなか難しい質問だな。俺としちゃ時を超える技術そのものにまだ実感がねえんだが。
That's a pretty tough question. I haven't exactly experienced time leaping technology myself. I'm sorry for asking a ridiculous question, but I'd like to hear what you two think. From hearing all of Ankou's stories, do you ever feel that the version of you he's speaking about was a different person? In response to my question, instead of saying they didn't know, they reflected on the idea very seriously. As a mysterious fish behind Eves began to puff
俺
up.
は前の俺のこと自分自身だと思ってるけどな。
I consider the past me he talks about to still be me.
微妙なとこだが俺も同じだな。
It's strange to say, but I feel the
アドル
same.
フやイブとダチにならなかった俺とかだったら間違いなく別人っていうが。
If it was a me that wasn't friends with Adolf or Eves, I'd say that would definitely be a different person.
結局変わったところはほとんどないわけだしよ。
But in the end, I can't make any differences between us. I see. It was silly of me to ask such a strange question, perhaps noticing the complicated emotions on my
何
expression.
かあったの？
Something happened. The person Ankou thought of as hero asked me kindly. Actually, I suddenly started to worry that if the Leah that Ankou lost in the past was completely different from the present me, it would cause him a lot of grief.
ああ、
Hugo responded
確かにそり
understandably.
ゃ不安にもなるわな。
I see why that'd worry you.
似てるだけの別人なんてことが今さら分かっちまったらあんたもアンクーも救われねえ。
If he learned that you were different people who only resemble each other, that wouldn't help you or him at all. Eve seemed to agree.
俺としては君がアンクーの求めた君で間違いないと思ってる。
I think there's no mistaking you are the Leah he searched for.
仮に違うとしても彼は今の君を好きになったとちゃんと言葉にしているしね。
And even if you weren't, he said he's in love with the you are now.
ただ
But
何の知識もない俺たちが感覚で君にそう言い切るのは無責任だと思うんだ。
I think it's irresponsible of us who knows nothing about these things to give you answers based on our own feelings.
だからここは専門家に意見を聞いてみた方がいいと思わない？
Don't you think it'd be better to ask a specialist for their opinion?
専門家？時を超える技術云々にそんなもんいるのかよ。
A specialist? Is there anyone who consider a specialist for something like this? Sheen or Adolph? Sheen who's actually a scientist, or Adolph who's not Adolph? Yeah, Ankou who's actually been there. He smiled as if he knew the answer.
時を超える技術っていう神の行いに近いリライバー技術を作った人が。
How about the person who created Reliver technology, a godly act similar to time traveling? I looked out the window towards the place where the previous me reached a stalemate with our nemesis.
それでわざわざ来たわけか。俺も暇じゃないんだが。
You came all the way here for that. Do you think I have time to spare for this?
ある意味全ての発端はシアンさんなわけですし。
To some degree, all this started because of you, Sheen.
5年前に俺たちを襲おうとした罪の清算ってことで意見をもらえませんか？
Could you share your expert opinion on a way to settle your debt for attacking us 5 years ago? Sheen looked at Eves with amazement at his nerve for saying that. Now that the country's curse was lifted, Sheen was working on research centered around genetic disorders. He was working towards eventually eradicating every known illness. That included Nadia's illness, which he cured using a treatment plan, the hot plant left before.
ああ、でもシアンさんの意見を聞くのが確かに一番だよな。
Asking for your perspective is the best course of action.
前と今で一番違うというか差があるわけだしよ。
Past you and present you are the most different. There's a huge gap between them.
第二の漂流者を実験体としても人からの助言がなければ呪いを解明できなかったなど。
Even with my experiments on the second drifter, I couldn't break the curse without the help from others.
自分と同じ存在だと認めたくないほど愚か極まりない男だ。
I can't accept another version of me was foolish enough to accomplish nothing. In other words, the previous you was a different person then. He then confirmed without any hesitation that was what he thought of the matter. That means a possibility I'm a different person from the me of the past.
だが小娘、お前は違うだろう。
But in your case, it's different. Huh? As if he saw right through my confusion, he flatly denied my thought.
同一かどうかはおそらく個人によって異なるのだろう。
It comes down to the individual to determine whether or not you are different.
なんせ前の歴史では国民の寿命は18しかなかったが、
After all, long ago, those who lived here had a lifespan of 18 years.
今は18歳以上でリライバーとなるのが当然。つまりそういった人間は精神年齢が前と合致していない。
It is now natural for those over the age of 18 to become relivers, so their mental age wouldn't match their previous selves. Sheen explained that would be the biggest difference between someone from then and now.
あ、そっか。前の歴史のシアンさんも18歳のまま成長が止まったんですよね。
That is right. The Sheen from long ago stopped growing at age 18.
うまく想像できねえけどな。だがそういうことなら全部解決じゃねえか。
We can't really make sense of that, but if anything, if that's the case, that settles everything, right?
前も今も事件が起きた時のジョーちゃんは18歳だったんだからよ。
In both the past and the present, the Leah that was alive during all of those incidents were 18, right?
まあ18歳以下の人間でも環境などで差異はあるだろうが。
Even those under 18 might be different due to their environment.
もうシアンさん、上げて落とさないでくださいよ。
Shane, stop going back and forth with this information.
俺の仮眠を邪魔し機嫌を損ねたお前たちが悪い。
Don't be upset. You're the ones who interrupted my nap.
まあ結局のところ、リライバー以外の人間の存在は同一か断言できん。
Ultimately, I can't determine how identical humans are until they're quantified by reliver technology.
せいぜい好きなように解釈するんだな。
Interpret my words however you like. Okay, thank you for your time. We thanked Sheen and left the facility.
結局答えははっきりしなかったな。
In the end, the answer we got wasn't clear at all.
最終的には本人の捉え方次第ってところはあると思うけど。
In the end, I think it's going to depend on how each person interpreted his
こ
words.
こから先は彼と話し合って決めた方がいいんじゃないかな。
I feel like the best course of action would be discuss it with the person in question. Huh? Eves gave me a kind smile, and when I followed his gaze,
迎えに来たよ、私の姫君。
I came to walk you home, my dear princess. I found my watchman of death being illuminated by the street's setting sun. Ankou, why are
今朝
you?
君の様子が少しおかしかったものだから向かいそうな場所を回っていたんだ。
You seemed a little bit off this morning, so I made my way to places you would likely
君が
visit.
シアンブロフィバーズを訪ねるとは珍しい。奴に何か相談事でもあったのかな？
A visit to Sheen Brophy seems unusual. Do you have something to discuss with him? We have nothing to worry about. You have. I couldn't help but feel my feelings. Oh gosh, I couldn't keep my feelings secret forever from the person who was worried about me. Before explaining everything to him, I first thanked Eves and Hugo for coming with me all the way here. Thank you both for your help and advice today.
俺たちは何もしてねえよ。ま、頑張れよ。
We didn't do anything, but good luck.
アンクーと二人でよく話し合ってね。
Please have a good talk with Ankou about everything. I will. By the time Ankou and I had reached the field of Lycoris flowers, it was completely turned to night.
やはり君との仰せはこのリコリスの花畑が一番だね。
The Lycoris field is the best place to go on dates with you.
それで姫君、君はここ数日何を悩んでいたのかな？
Now, dear princess, what has been bothering you these last few
君の
days?
ことなら何でもお見通しと言いたいところだが、やはり君の口から直接聞きたい。
Yahari. I would like to say that because it's you, I could feel something was wrong, but I prefer to hear it from you directly. As if encouraging me to overcome my hesitation, the Lycoris flowers around me began to sway, and to the rhythm of their movement, Ankou, is the Leah I am now the same Leah you searched for? Or are we different people who only resemble each other? Ankou remained silent at my question. The silence was terrifying, and I began to worry that his response was going to be...
そうか。探検の違いにとうとう気づいてしまったのだね。
So you noticed the difference between the daggers. Ankou gave me an earnest, kind smile, judging by the way he said, "Did you notice the difference?"
ああ、アドルフとは行動を共にすることも多いからね。
Yes, I've had many chances to work with Adolf after all.
二人で倉庫の整理で使った時、絵が違うことに気づいた。
I noticed the hilts were different when we were cleaning the storage room. I see. That means the possibility I'm a different person from the
あ
past.
あ、考えたとも。
I also thought about that, but
断じて迷うことはなかった。
I have no doubt at all.
私は間違いなく君という女に恋をし、君という女を愛しているのだ。
I fell in love with a woman named Leah long ago, and I'm still in love with the woman named Leah today. He slowly pulled me towards him and gave me a kiss on the forehead as if he were comforting a child. Ankou smiled close to
月
me.
並みな言葉になってしまうが、君は彼女と同じ存在であり、違う存在なのだろう。
This is dull of me to say, but you may be the same person, and you may also be
誰
different.
かを傷つけることを恐れ、死を選んだ君は、間違いなく私の恋した彼女で。
You who feared hurting someone who chose death are definitely the girl I
同
love.
時に、彼女が見せなかった喜怒哀楽を抱く君を、私は愛している。
At the same time, I love you for the human emotions you feel which she never showed. Ankou, I see. You already thought this through, haven't you?
だが、君を傷つけることを恐れて、打ち明けられなかった。
I was afraid to hurt you, so I couldn't open
不
up
安に
about
さ
it.
せてしまって。
I'm so
すまない。
sorry for making you worry. It's okay, I also kept my worries a secret. I returned his embrace and could clearly feel his slightly cooler body temperature. I think the Leah from the past would have been so happy to hear what you just told me, Ankou.
そうだろうか。
You think so? The moment Ankou's expression showed he couldn't imagine her feelings. The star-white flowers that bloomed on the ground suddenly flew into the air around us. How beautiful. As I was entranced by the stars that surrounded me. I heard someone say, "Thank you. Please take care of him for me." It was as soft as a whisper. Huh. I turned towards the voice that sounded so much like mine, but naturally found no one.
どうかしたのかい？
Leah, is something wrong? Nah, schizophrenia is fine. The voice just now, could it have been? Not at all. I held back my imagination and smiled at my lover who was standing right in front of me. Your words have given me peace. Thank you, Ankou. I too love you from the bottom of my heart. I know I'm a gloomy partner, but could you stay by my side forever?
当たり前だとも。この魂と愛は、すべて君に捧げると決めているのだから。
I am ready to devote all of my love and my soul to you. The storm of petals and all the stars in the heavens above watched over us as we brought our lips together. Coming to terms with the sorrow of being left alone and the worries of leaving him behind, let's lead a long life together. A normal life with you always by my side. Time went on. The time for us to part was quickly drawing near. Imagining it was dreadful, and every time another year passed, I would find myself in tears. If what they said was true, that meeting and parting was always parting ways with a lot of people could make you stronger, then meeting this child would mean I would become stronger than any other person. There. You really love to hear your father's stories, don't you? Damn, imagine being that extra. That's crazy.
光栄だが、最近は物語を聞かないと昼寝をしない体になってしまったな。
It really is an honor, but recently our dear child will not nap without hearing a story from me. Doesn't that show how wonderful your stories are, Mr. Watchman? I held the child that was born from our love as we played in the Lycoris field. 2 years after receiving confirmation from Sheen that our child would be a normal human even though Ankou was immortal, I gave birth to our lovely child. Of course, giving birth to a child
い
meant
つかこの子も私を置いていくのだろうね。
one day this child will also leave me. Ankou, increasing the number of people Ankou would have to say farewell to.
すまない。君と愛し合った証が欲しいと願ったのは私だというのにね。
I'm sorry, after all, I was the one who asked for proof of our love. It's okay, I've always feared the day I would have to leave you, but still, we decided to lead a life that was worth treasuring. I believe I'll leave you with more happiness than partings. Tell our child one of your stories, one that will reach the future, to our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. A poem of the Lycoris, one that only you could tell.
本当に俺は昔からお前にかなわないな。
I've never really been able to say no to you ever since long ago. He had his doubts, but Ankou smiled too kindly as the watchman of death.
そうだな。私は生きると決めたんだ。
That's right, I decided to continue on living. I just realized the baby's face is covered by my head. It's what their baby looks like. Look at that little baby finger.
その決断がたとえ愚かなものだとしても
Even if that was a foolish decision, it does not bother me at all.
ただ生きる。君が愛してくれたこの命で。
Just living in this life where you loved me.
絶えず変化していく世界の中、私は君という永遠の星を目指して生き続けよう。
I'll continue living in this forever changing world, moving towards the eternal star you are.
だから私が待ちくたびれてしまう前に、
So before I grow tired of waiting,
どうか生まれ変わって私を迎えに来ておくれ。
please be reborn and come back to me.
何よりも愛しい
Leah, my dear,
私の同胞。
beloved partner. Of course. Even if we had to say farewell to each other, the time would come when we would someday meet again in this field of Lycorises under a vast field of stars. On that day, I hope I would be able to say to you, welcome back, welcome home. It's nice to meet you, Watchman of Death. I am Death. You once loved in another life. I have come from Hades to propose a contract that the two of us together with a blossoming smile, so please wait for me, Ankou. I swore on the Lycorises that it was now my turn to journey to you. The world would continue to turn amidst the stars. But no matter how much time passed, I would never forget the beauty of the Lycorises or my feelings for you. Are we doing it? Are we doing it, Mr. Krabs? We did it. Did we do it? Is it over? Usually there's a photo you unlock when you get...
多くのものと出会い、多くのものと別れ、その果てに私は君との未来を手に入れることができた。この先に待ち受ける別離の未来は恐ろしいが、それでも私は死の番人アンクーとして君を言葉通り永遠に愛し抜くと誓おう。君が幸福に生き抜いた世界ならば永遠に生き続けるのも悪くはない。
I have met and parted with many, and at the end of it all, I attained a future with you. I do fear the future of us parting one day. But as Ankou, the Watchman of Death, I vow that I will love you throughout eternity. Being immortal in a world where you found happiness is not so bad. Every time you do that. Alright, did we do it? Did we do it? We're gonna check one thing, because I noticed something. It's Spinel's story. Oh no. Oh no. I guess it's the time. There's no image though. mean, if there's not an image, is it even a real story? I like the color blue.
広大な海、大陸を照らす空。
The vast open ocean, the sky that shines down on every land.
自由を象徴するその色がたまらなく羨ましい。
I'm so incredibly envious of this color that symbolizes
だ
freedom.
からこそ、その幸せのかけらを
That's why I hope to give even a fragment of this joy
残していくこの子たちに少しでも分けてから死にたい。
to the children left in this world before I die. A windowless prison was my entire world. A heavy odor hung in the air. In it was me and a boy and a girl younger than myself, both with eyes devoid of life. Beyond the iron bars in front of us were disgusting adults peering in at us, looking us over as if we were goods for trade. I was never taught this, but I came to learn quickly after I was locked up in here that this was some kind of store that sold humans, and that we were goods to be sold. The bars were opened, and the wrist of the children sleeping closest to them was grabbed by a man in a white coat. That child was a boy who was put into this cell before me, a child that seemed pretty small for his age. He was really fond of me for some reason, so I played with him and took care of him. At some point, I felt a connection with him. I desperately tried to stop the man in the coat, begging him not to take the boy away. I was kicked away, and as I lay there unconscious, he was taken. Next, the last girl who was put into the cell was picked up by a big round man. She was annoying since she cried all the time, but she smiled when I patted her on the head, and I found myself attached to her. I jumped on the man, but after being hit in the face and getting knocked unconscious again, I woke up to find she was gone too. I waited and waited, but they wouldn't come back. The other two were gone. A new man spoke in a low
哀れ
murmur.
だな。自分の家族が売られたことも分かっていないのか。
That poor thing, she doesn't even understand her own family was just sold off. I see. So the two children who were taken away were my little brother and sister connected to me by blood. It seemed like I was the older sister who had to protect them. I assumed that the man and woman who came to feed us were our parents. They were laughing and talking about how they still had others to sell. Judging by the amount of food, it looked like there were other siblings I still hadn't met. Half a year later, a brother who always had his head hung down and a little sister who had no idea what was going on were put into the cell. Everyone seemed to call them twins. They cried and laughed almost always at the same time. They even seemed to take a liking to me at the same time since I looked after them. But at this rate, I knew they would be taken away by the strange man.
私は長子。つまりは姉だ。
I'm the eldest, their older
姉
sister.
ならば、弟と妹を今度こそ守らなければ。
I have to make sure I protect my brother and sister this time. Wow. And so the next time a customer came, I took the two of them and escaped. What did I just see? What just happened? I don't even know. And escaped from the cell. Under the dark sky, after searching for the place to hide, I came across a small cave within a forest. While we were running deeper inside to make sure the grown-ups couldn't find us, a side of the cave collapsed a bit, causing this shiny object to fall from it. I could see this strange, beautiful color even in the dark. Wondering what the object could be, forgetting that we were on the run, the twins and I were fixated on the object. It was far too easy for adults to find some runaway children if they really tried. We were taken back to the cell and I was given a beating for leading the escape. Apparently part of the punishment was for me to be sold off to a disgusting man. I didn't want to be sold, but it was much better than my brother or sister being chosen. Before I was sent off, I split the stone we found that day, and after keeping a piece for myself, gave the rest to the twins.
いいか、これはお前たちの命を守る守り石だ。
This stone is a charm that will protect you both. Keep it safe.
私はここで売られてしまうが、離れ離れになってもこの石が私たちをつないでくれる。
I'm gonna be sold off now, but even if we're separated, the stone will keep us
いつ
connected.
かお前たちにも弟か妹ができたら、
When you two meet your own younger brothers and
この守り
sisters,
石を分け、その心を守ってやれ。
split the stone with them and help protect
無
them.
力な子供でもそのぐらいのことはできる。
Even defenseless kids can offer that much. Leaving my siblings who cried for me not to go, I was taken by that man. I was sure those disgusting parents of mine would give birth to new siblings as more goods to sell. My one regret was that I couldn't protect my brothers and sisters who wouldn't be born in the future. Who would be? I was sold off to be the man's plaything. Right when he reached his mansion, he tried to have his way with me. But my body moved on instinct, killing the man and fleeing from the mansion. I continued to run and eventually stowed away on a boat that was leaving for another country. And there, for the first time ever, I saw the bright sky. I had no idea the world outside that horrible cell could be so beautiful. Tears ran down my face from the amazing sight, but also from the utter regret that I wasn't able to bring my siblings with me. The country the boat traveled to was one of freezing cold. Okay, so like Greenland? Antarctica? I wanted to search for my siblings and rescue them as soon as possible, but I had no idea what country I was born in or what route I took to get here. My first priority was to survive. I lived for a few years in a remote village, constantly battered by conflict, where I defeated thieves and took their
生きる
possessions.
ためなら何でもやった。
I've done anything I had to in order to survive.
盗みも殺しも
I've stolen and killed.
奪った剣で何人殺したかもう覚えてすらいない。
I don't even remember how many I've killed with the stolen sword. Fortunately, I seemed to be pretty tough and continued growing, continuously building my skills as a killer. And once I became an adult, I joined a group of mercenaries making money as I traveled across various war zones. It seemed like being a mercenary suited me pretty well. I continued traveling from land to land, making money to find my brothers and sisters. I killed and made money. I made money and killed. The sky and the twinkling stars were what kept me sane. I traveled nearby to the west and far to the east and continued to search for my brothers and sisters using only our stones as clues. However, all the siblings I found were either corpses or already in their graves. After having lost what I was searching for, even I couldn't help but lose all hope when...
なあスピネル、お前も俺ももういい年だろ。もし次の戦場から生き残ることができたら、一緒に傭兵を辞めて幸せにするとは言えないが。
I fought alongside this man plenty of times in battle. He spoke to me in a drunken stupor with no finesse at all. I had no intentions in
こ
marrying.
いつとならそんな人生も悪くない。
I guess the life with this guy wouldn't be that bad. I agreed on the spot, probably because I had been drinking some as well. And then I killed him. That man. Later met him on the battlefield and killed him. I later met him. My wounds healed when I was about 29. I realized I only had one last clue as to whereabouts of my siblings. I found and interrogated those disgusting parents of mine before killing them. My last little brother was thrown into some deadly sea nearby to be drowned. All I had left now was my sword, stained with alcohol and blood. That day I drank all I could to drown my sorrows, and in an attempt to at least pay respect to my siblings and the man I killed, I left for the ocean on a small boat I found.
私は
What?
一体何のために今まで生きてきたんだろうな。
Have I been living for my entire life? I wondered how, if I just let myself be swallowed by the sea and died like my brother, it would all be so much easier. As I sat there and thought, something floated towards me on the waves. It was a black lycoris, a mysterious flower rumored to only bloom in the land touched by
それ
death.
がどうしてこんなところに。
What is this doing here? It was an utterly ridiculous miracle. I leaned over to pick up the black lycoris, but fell into the sea in my drunken stupor, and on the shore I ended up on. I met a man who would have been one of my brothers, as he had pieces of the stone. I couldn't believe it, but if I had found him, I had to protect him. I wanted to protect him.
私はスピネル。呼びづらければ。
This time my family, my brother, as the strongest sibling, their older sister. I considered the possibility that they were just from found a similar looking stone, but its clarity and the way it's shown was the same. In order to find out how he got his hands on that stone.
両耳に
When I chose that for my reward, the man called Ankou, who was supposedly my brother, was clearly shaken by the proposal. I heard later that he was hesitant to hand it off to for another reason. Back then, I was mistaken, thinking that he treasured it as a memento of his siblings.
依頼に失敗したことなんぞ、あのお宝は。
I'm skipping things that I remember reading.
命を懸けても
I'll
構わない。
risk my life for that. I promised to protect Ankou and the girl called Leah, who was precious to him. And by Cuspid, I did. But to my surprise,
なんなんだ次から次へと。お前もこ。
お嬢さんを守るという意味では、状況を見るか。
なんだ人の顔を。
I had one more brother I didn't know about. The earrings this man had on were without a doubt from the same stone, but those parents of ours said that their last child was a single boy they threw into the sea.
なんで二人？
Why are there two of them? I couldn't help but think this contradiction. That night, I captured the man called Capuchin, and although I felt less disturbed by it, the question still remained. I decided to look at the situation while being sure to keep a cool head. It seemed like this was a contradiction built off of a strange technology of this country. Chaos sprout from the crossing paths of the drifter, that embodiment of the Lycorises and the immortal man. Everyone fought to protect Leah, but as she lay asleep and injured, Adolf.
呼んだか。
You called.
お前にその名で呼ばれるのは。
It's been hundreds of years since you called me that name. Ankou told the entire truth, revealing who he really was. I wasn't mistaken.
アンクーもアドルフも世界が生かした私の弟。守りきるべき存在。
I wasn't mistaken. They're both my little brother who was permitted to live in this world. I have to protect them. I couldn't possibly announce I was their sister after never coming to them for so long. In that case, I swore I would protect them, even if I lost my life after doing everything I could to survive. I opened my eyes and found myself returning from my memories back to reality.
これが走馬灯というやつか。
I guess that's my life flashing before my eyes, huh? A pile of debris sat on top of my stomach, which was already torn open, making it hurt like crazy. At this rate, I'd die of blood loss or just being crushed by the rubble in a few hours.
まあ、
That's
いい
fine.
か。
If I died after protecting my brother and the girl who would probably be his future wife, that wouldn't be a bad way to go.
彼女が救われるまでそばにいてやれないことが唯一の心残りだが。
One regret I have is not being able to be by his side until Leah was saved. It seemed like the woman named Spinel was finally going to be separated from her brothers and sisters forever now. My eyelids were heavy. Turned out the blood loss won after all, and I wouldn't live long enough to be crushed to death.
うまくやれよ。アンク、アドルフ。
You guys take care of yourself, Ankou, Adolf.
姉ちゃんはお前たちと彼女が生き残れることを願ってる。
Your big sister will pray that you two and the girl will survive. And then Capuchin shows up and saves her life. I heard an annoying scream. I could feel the anger inside me rising as it interpreted my death, and I opened my eyes to find.
何をしてるんだ私は。こんな場所に来たところで無様に死ぬだけだというのに。
What in the blazes am I doing, coming down to a place like this just to die in vain?
それも大事な花嫁ではなく、こんな野蛮な女のために。
And on top of that, I'm not here for my precious bride, but this barbarian of a woman. The man mostly afraid of death and pain in this entire country was desperately shifting the falling rubble from my body.
おい、起きろ。君がこの程度で死ぬ女じゃないのは私が一番わかっているんだぞ。
Get up, I know more than anyone that you won't die for something like this.
今、瓦礫をどかしてやる。
I'll clear the rubble off of you right now.
カプシーヌ。
Capuchin.
お前、なんでここに。
What are you doing here? In response to my question, the man shouted with a tearful voice.
うるさい。私だっておとなしく地上で待っているつもりだったさ。
Shut up, I wanted to wait up on the surface too, but his hands shook as they moved more rubble off of me. You were the first.
どんな理由でもシアンより私がいいと言ってくれたのは。
You were the first to say that you preferred me over Sheen. There's a reason for that. Sheen's hot and not this kind of psychotic. The reason he came to help me seemed so insignificant.
数十年をかけてようやく望んだ言葉をもらえたんだぞ。
Where do I stop yawning? I've been waiting for someone to say those words for decades.
逃げるなんてまともな判断。浮かれてできるわけがないだろう。
I couldn't possibly make that sane decision to run away after this turn of events. What are you? While closing up my wounds with the medical tools beside him, Capuchin continued talking at a hurried pace.
私が助けたところで君が負ったのは致命傷であり、死ぬ未来は変わらない。
Even after I help you, your wounds are still fatal. You're going to die.
だが 悪あがきをするための処置ならしてやれる。
I can at least help you enough that you can try to fight. I couldn't believe
傭
it.
兵なら契約を全うしろ。無様な姿を見せるな。私を失望させないでくれ。
If you're a mercenary, then fulfill your contract. Don't disappoint me and die in this pathetic state. And here I was satisfied in giving myself up to my death. Go.
走れ。スピネル。
Run, Spinel. This villain was just crazy. By having someone encouraging you to fight, Han didn't feel too bad. But you're still gonna die. I ran off just as he commanded. I didn't care if the stitches and bandages of my stomach came off and my guts spilled right now.
弟が大切に思うものを守るための時間さえあればいい。
I just need time to protect my brother and those he cares about. Run. Before your duty as a mercenary, you need to be their sister.
すまない。そう、君に。
Good.
今までよく頑張った。あとは姉ちゃんに任せとけ。
You can leave everything to Big Sis now. She is actually a dolphin, Ankou's older sister who traveled the world in search of her siblings. Oh gosh, I made it this time. The mutated being was vanquished, and the throne of Arpachel was dissolved after the defeat of the royal family. I turned away from the floor, falling away from me, and breathed a deep sigh. I somehow escaped death again, collapsing down into this disgusting remains of a mutant. There was nothing connected to my body below my waist, so I was sure I was going to die.
バカだな。最後まで格好なんてつけて。
You idiot had to be a hero, didn't you?
いや、お前も生きていたか。
So you're alive too, huh? Oh my god, did they run away together?
すでに退路は断たれている。
I'll be dying soon too, though the way out closed off already. I glanced up at the face of the man peering at me as I came to understand his fate.
呆れるな。君がここまでのことをする理由なんて本当になかったんだ。
You really are pitiful. Pitiable. You did not have a reason to go as far as you did.
ここは死神に見入られた国。アルペシェール。
This is Arpachel, the land touched by death.
普通の人間である君に最も無関係な国なのだから。
A normal human being like you has nothing to do with a place like this whatsoever.
そうだな。
Yeah, but
心なしか。
I feel at
すっ
ease.
きりしてるよ、きっと。愛する男を殺してまで私が生き延びたのは
I think I went through what I did in life, even murdering the man I love.
この瞬間を迎えるためだったんだ。
Just to experience this moment. The ceiling of the castle began to collapse, as if signaling how my own life was flickering out of existence. However, Capuchin didn't try to run away.
ならば、そんな君に出会ったことが私の運の尽きだったのだろう。
I suppose having to cross paths with you at the end of my own luck.
シアンブロフィワーズを廃し、この国の技術を担うはずが。
I was supposed to have outist Shin Brophy and take over the responsibilities for the country's technology.
やることなすことめちゃくちゃな野蛮な女と共に瓦礫に押しつぶされ
Here I am,
死ぬことになるのだから。
about to be crushed in rubble with this barbarian of a woman whose every action is the epitome of insanity. His choice of words were colored with hatred, yet in contrast, his tone of voice was so calm.
うん。やっぱり私は
Yeah, I really do think.
シアンよりお前の方がいいと思うよ。
You're way better than Sheen.
だから信じてもいない冥界で何百年と罪を償ったら
Even though I don't believe in Hades, after we spend some centuries atoning for our sins there,
来世ぐらいで知り合いになってやってもいい。
in the next life, I wouldn't mind being acquainted with you.
そこはせめて友人と言うべきだろう。
The least you could do is consider us friends by then. Exasperated, Capuchin decided to face his fate sitting down on the ground. It seemed he intended on proudly facing his own death here, next to the crude woman he claimed to hate.
意外だな。戦を理由に何人もの人間を殺してきた私は
I didn't expect this. I killed so many people in the name of
て
war.
っきり一人孤独に無様な最後を迎えるものだと思っていたが
I thought I'd spend my last pathetic moments all on my own.
同じ悪人に認められることになるなんて
But here I am being offered understanding by another heinous criminal. The ceiling was collapsing. My own corpse would be caught in the mass of flesh, disappearing without a trace.
怖くはない
But I am not afraid. With this act of destruction, a bright future awaited my brothers. The ceiling above me opened up to show the night sky full of stars. Its beauty was burned into my eyes, so bright that it stung. Wow,
綺麗だ
it's so pretty.
私の家族が生き残った世界の
The sky of the world where my family will live on. A shooting star streaked across the sky.
最後の最後まで君は笑っていたな。
You were smiling even in your final
本
moments.
当に呆れる。君ほどのんきな女を見たことがない。
I get it. She's not like other girls. It's truly baffling. I've never seen a woman as carefree as you.
だが、
But I suppose that's
だから
why.
こそ臆病な私が
In my own
死
cowardly
んで
way,
も会いたいと
I hope we
思
will
っ
meet
てし
again
まったのだろう。
after death.
多くのものと出会い多くのものと別れ
I've met many people and parted ways with just as many.
最後に掴み取ったのは美しい星の輝きだった
And what I grasped hold on at the end of it all was the glittering of beauty and the beautiful
世
stars.
界は流れる星は回る
The world keeps turning, the stars continue moving.
これから先何百年の時が経とうとも
No matter how many centuries pass,
お前たちの歩く輝きの旅路が色あせることはない
the brilliant journey you all travel will never fade. Move forward on your journey through life. I was so proud of my brothers for protecting the woman they loved. Even though this worthless sister of yours wasn't there with you at this pivotal moment in your
達者で
lives,
な
take care of yourselves. You three would be able to keep walking forward just fine. My goodness. All right, we did it. We did it. There should be nothing unread here. We did all of them. We got all of the pictures, which is all I ever try to do. Oh my goodness. Honestly, her little story wasn't the worst. I'm just so tired. All right, 11 of 11. 11 of 11. 11 of 11. 12 of 12. 11 of 11. 12 of 12. 15 of 15. Yay! We did it. I don't know. It could have been shorter. It didn't have to add so many things that weren't in the previous game. I think Spinel could have been an interesting character if they didn't drag out so much other of that stuff. I don't know. I don't know if it was my favorite. Let me know. If you're watching this on YouTube, let me know what you thought about it, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It wasn't what I was told it was going to be. I was told it was like different stories. Basically like almost like I can't think of the name of the anime. There was this anime that had like 2 arcs, and every arc was different than the previous arc, but it used the same characters, but they had different interactions, had different relationships, stuff like that. I kind of thought it was going to be like that, where like they used the characters, but the reality was different, but that's not what happened at all. That wasn't what happened at all. They really were like, Lucas is dead, let's keep going. By the way, they have a sister now. Did you not know? But thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a lovely day. Thank you guys for being here in chat. Thank you, Ribbon. Thank you, Bass. Thank you for being here even if there was a lag. I'm sorry that for some reason my OBS and Elgato decided to both act up at the same time. If you're watching this on YouTube, remember I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch. You can come over there and hang out with us and say hi. We're going to be playing PL40 starting on Sunday. And I'm going to get back to playing Zelda and starting Hello Kitty here soon, because I want to. I hope you guys have a lovely night. I will see you guys later.